Good morning, everyone. I hereby convene the City of Tigard Budget Committee meeting at 9:03 a.m. today. For those of you joining virtually, please remember to turn on your mic when speaking and mute your mic after you are finished. I may go around and ask each of the Budget Committee members if they have questions or comments prior to concluding each section of the agenda. At Budget Committee meetings, we will be following Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is the standard set of rules to run orderly meetings. The team will be capturing all of our comments, questions, and requests for follow-up information if necessary. As a reminder, the City of Tigard has certified two measures for the May 21st, 2024 ballot. Measure 34-333, Renewal of Local Option Levy to Maintain Public Safety Services, and Measure 34-334, adopts new charter for Tigard City Government. Committee members, while at city meetings, can share factual information about the measure, but must be impartial. Factual information about both measures can be found on the city website. Public comment has been scheduled for 11:15 a.m. Please make sure that you have signed in to be called upon. Please keep comments to 2 minutes. The deadline for written testimony and registration for video testimony was by noon on Thursday, April 25th. At Budget Committee meetings, we will be following the same public comment protocol as at City Council meetings. The City of Tigard Budget Committee is now convened, as I said. Today's goal is to hear all of the information for the fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed City of Tigard budget. Let's start by asking Committee Secretary Kelly Pement to conduct our roll call vote.
Clarissa Benfield?
Here.
Scott Duddy? Councillor Hu?
Here.
Mayor Loop?
Here.
Me, I'm here. Jake Schlack?
Here.
Councillor Shaw? Councillor Singh?
Here.
Youth Councillor Vogel? Leah Voigt?
Here.
Councillor Wolf?
Here.
Okay.
Thank you, Kelly. There being a quorum present, we will proceed to the next agenda item, which is Budget Committee and teammate introductions. First, I'd like to thank the committee for electing me as chair this year. In addition, I'd like to thank Kelly Pement for her willingness to be our committee secretary. I have a few housekeeping items before we proceed. First, we will not have any scheduled breaks during the meeting other than the lunch break at noon. However, if you need to step away, please feel free to do so. It is, I believe, scheduled to be an 8-hour meeting, so please, I encourage you, if you need to step away, please do so. If you are a voting committee member attending virtually, please note in the chat when you are stepping away and when you return. If you are unable to connect to the meeting or have any technical difficulties related to the Budget Committee meeting, please call 971-416-7960 or 971-464-1476. Again, those are 971-416-7960 or 971-464-1476. This is call-in only. Texting will not work. Since we're going to be in each other's company for quite some time today, and it's been a while since we last met, I would like to do a round of introductions. So I will call on each of you to introduce yourself, share how long you've been volunteering for the city, and share your favorite summer activity, even though it's not particularly sunny today. I will go first. Hello, everyone. My name is Jake Schlack. I am the chair of the Tigard Budget Committee, as you all know by this point. This is my second year as chair and third budget cycle with the city. And my favorite summer activity is attempting to play tennis with my dad. I'm a solid 0.5 in skill, which means that occasionally I can hit the ball over the net, which is pretty good. All right. Clarissa Benfield, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. My name is Clarissa Benfield. This is my third cycle as well. And my favorite summer activity, I love this question, but I think it must be going to the beach.
Thank you. Councillor Hu?
Morning, everyone. Council Person Lee Kan-Hu. Second year on the council, volunteer at the Planning Commission for 7 years prior to that, and Transportation Advisory Committee for 3 years before that. And my favorite summer activity is hiking, just anywhere hiking. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lube?
Hi everyone, Heidi Lube, Mayor of Tigard. I've been doing this, I think since 2019 now on the council. It feels like a long time when I say that out loud. And favorite summer activity, since having my child just being outside playing, did discover some really cool bubble solution where the bubbles are yes, they're giant and they last a really long time, and it's actually just really a lot of fun.
Thank you. Kelly Pement?
Hi, I'm Kelly. This is my second time, I think, the start of my second time on the Budget Committee. So far, it's a lot of fun. As far as summer goes, anything outside involving water, rafting, kayaking, swimming, anything, get me in the water, I'm happy.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Hey everyone, Councillor Singh, Jay Raj Singh. I've been on City Council since January 2023. As far as summer activities, I would say going for walks in Cook Park, Tualatin Wildlife Refuge, and Cooper Mountain.
Thank you. Leah Voigt?
Yeah, my name is Leah Voigt. I have been on the Budget Committee I think for 5-6 years now, and my favorite summer activity this year it's been playing around in my yard and planting things and moving things and watching them grow.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf?
Good morning, everyone. Maureen Wolf. This is my second year on council, and honestly, I just love Oregon summers. So I would say anything that allows me to be outside and really just enjoy the sunshine in Oregon.
Thank you, committee members. I did take notes on all of your favorite summer activities. There will be a test later. Kidding. We also, in addition to committee members, we have a number of city teammates here today who will be will be presenting about the budget to all of us and the community members who are present. So I want to give city teammates an opportunity to go around the room and introduce themselves. We'll start with City Manager Reimer.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Reimer, City Manager. This is my 4th budget now already at Tigard, so that's pretty amazing. Been here coming up on 3.5 years. Summer activity, I like everything that everyone has said so far. Also travel and at least try to hit at least one national park every summer. So this year it's North Cascades, so it'll be pretty fun. I'll turn over to Eric and I'll head over this way.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Hang, Finance Director. This is my second budget with the committee. And I've been with the city for about 2 years. My favorite summer activity, I do enjoy the summers, but you'll probably see me on the golf course.
Good morning, Keith McClung. I'm the Assistant Finance Director. Been with the city 3 weeks, so I think this is my first budget cycle, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, Kalina Plath, Budget Manager. This is my second budget year with the city. My favorite summer activity, much like Kelly, I love the water, and I've gotten into paddleboarding.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Halstead Bernard, and I am the Director of Library Services for the City of Tigard. I've been with Tigard for 8 years and the Director for 5. This is my 5th budget cycle. And the summer activities, my impulse was to say, stay inside and read a book, but that is not entirely accurate. I do like to geocache. If any of you know what geocaching is, it's like the best combination of walking around outside and treasure hunting.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Kenny Asher, Director of Community Development. This is my 11th budget. Fly fishing.
Morning, I'm Laura Berry. This is my 15th budget cycle, primarily with the capital improvement plan. And my favorite summer activity is going to the beach with my grown kids.
Good morning, I'm Joe Wisniewski, city engineer. I've been with the city for a little over 4 years now, and my favorite summer pastime is hiking and fishing with the family.
Morning, everyone. I'm Brian Rager. I'm the Public Works Director, and I've been with the city for 28 years, and so I've been through a few budget cycles. My favorite summer activity is backpacking.
Hi, Joe Barrett, Business Manager for Public Works. I've been here 23 years almost, and golfing and camping, definitely.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Rogers. I'm one of the commanders for the police department, and on behalf of the interim chief, Jamie McDonald, I'm here representing the police department for any questions or anything you have. I've been with the city since 1997, so I've seen a couple of these happen through the years. Proud to be here to assist in any way, and I like to golf.
Hi, I'm Lisa Shaw, Business Manager for the Police Department. This is my 12th budget with Tigard, and I enjoy kayaking and beach and things like that.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Curran, the Interim HR Risk Director. I've been with the city since 2012 as the risk manager for the city, and my favorite summer activity is probably gardening.
Hello, I'm Lindsay. I'm on my first year of the budget with Tigard, and my favorite activity is paddleboarding at the lake.
Thank you, everyone. I see we also have some city teammates who are joining us virtually today. If you all would like to introduce yourselves as well, same questions. I see Emily, if you'd like to go first.
Great, good morning. I'm Emily Trich. I'm the Assistant City Manager for Investment and Infrastructure. Wish I could join you in person, but I'm on childcare duty today, but I'll be here if anything comes up. Happy to answer any questions. This is my third budget with the City of Tigard, and I love to try to fit as many fresh Oregon berries into a pie as possible every summer. Thanks.
Cool. If there aren't any other city teammates, we will now discuss the meeting minutes for May 8th, 2023. Paper copies have been provided to everyone for this meeting. Are there any additions or changes to the summary meeting minutes? Has everyone had sufficient time to review them?
I move to approve the Tigard Budget Committee meeting summary from May 8th, 2023.
Thank you, Mayor Lube. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Wolf seconds. Is there any further discussion? If there is no discussion, I will proceed with a roll call vote to approve the meeting minutes from May 8th, 2023. Clarissa Benfield.
Approve. Yeah.
Council President Hu.
Yes.
Mayor Lube.
Yes.
Kelly Pement.
Yes.
Jake Schlack. Yes. Councilor Singh.
Yes.
Leah Voigt.
Yes.
Councilor Wolf.
Yes.
The meeting minutes are approved unanimously. We will now be proceeding with the next agenda item, which is the budget in brief, which will be presented by our budget officer, City Manager Steve Reimer.
Thanks, Chair. Well, good morning again, everyone, to my teammates that are here, the Budget Committee, council members, and if there's community members listening in, morning to them as well. Before we start, I want to just say thanks to many different people, everyone that's in this room, all the different teammates, obviously the Budget Committee for our first meeting we had a few months back just to kind of lay the groundwork for this budget. Many people, we've probably dedicated thousands of hours developing this book, pulling the book together. Victor, who's here as well, helping us with our technology. Thank you, Victor, for taking your Saturday to spend with us. And then one group we recognize, but we may not loudly say it enough, is our design and communications team. There's a lot of numbers and a lot of words in here, but the books like this, things that are online, really happen because of their work. And I know all of them are involved, but Christina, I believe, spent a significant amount of time this year really helping our team pull it together. So I just want to say thank you to all of them for their work as well. So this is going to be the budget in brief. This is the part of the meeting that has the highest level information, and so it may drive some questions or bring up questions in your mind. We have several other sections where we're going to get more and more detailed, so we're happy to try to answer them during the budget in brief, or you may also want to see how we proceed through the day and start to define what some of the high level numbers mean and the information behind them. So just a quick review of our schedule. So we're here today. This is the first meeting of the proposed budget being discussed. We really see it as a conversation. Obviously, we'll do a lot of talking when we're presenting it. We're hoping that the Budget Committee has an opportunity to ask us the questions that all of you feel like you need to ask. If you don't ask them today and other things come up, like some of you have already done, feel free to email questions to us. We will compile answers and send the responses out to everyone. So if we get questions from one of you, everyone will see how we respond. And so we already have some, and we'll be working on those as we proceed through this. We then come back on May 14th to follow up on information today, or if by chance we don't get through everything, to continue the conversation from today. We also will present our Town Center Development Agency budget, the TCDA. Sean, Kenny, and team that work on that as well, which is separate from the budget we have here. And then our final scheduled meeting right now is on May 20th. And so you can see we have one on a Tuesday, May 14th, and then one on a Monday. What's not on here is May 13th is the state of our city. And so welcome everyone to come to that as well, which is why we have the dates not consistent of the day of the week. Yes, there'll be a lot of good stuff there. So good videos, you name it, it's gonna be a good day. So, and I appreciate the name State of Our City. That's really good. And then the last thing is, if everything proceeds as planned, then on June 18th is when the City Council would consider the formal adoption. And there's several steps that we take of adopting the budgets that happen each year. And so that's scheduled for the 18th. So it's just a little delay in the clicker, so if I click too much, I'll have to go back. So everything that we do in this organization in some way relates to many of our important documents that we have. I have two of them up here right now, our Community Promise, that's also on the wall above Laura there, as well as our Racial Equity Action Plan. We also have our strategic plan, council goals, community priorities, all our different system plans. We have strategic plans within departments like the library. And so you'll hear all that, and we really rely on those documents as we pull our budgets together to make sure that we're advancing hopefully multiple documents, multiple policies and priorities that this council has established for us and for this community. So one thing everyone should be very proud of in this room as well as in this community is the long-standing practice of being very positive stewards of public funds. If you go into our finance area and just look on the wall, you'll see all the different plaques that we reference here. But we have many years in a row, as you can see, receiving these certificates or the achievements and recognitions. That really is a testament to the teammates that have been here. Some probably have been here for many of them, as we heard today. Other teammates that are no longer in the organization, but we're part of pulling the budgets together and making sure that the budgets, as well as all of our financial management practices, are sound. And then As all of you know, not too long ago, we had our bond rating upgraded to AAA, which is the highest you can get. And so that's another testament to really being responsible stewards of our funds and making sure that we always have an eye on our long-term fiscal health. Speaking of long-term fiscal health, we have really been spending the last few years building off of practices that we've been implementing since fiscal year 23. And so I won't go into all the detail, but a key thing, as you know, was really developing our internal service funds to make sure that we understand the true cost of delivering services here and replacing the assets that we have in different areas, from fleet and our technology and our facilities. And then also last year with Eric's leadership, looking at our investment practices and policies and being much more proactive, which is really, we've really seen the dividends of that in the current year's budget and in the future year's budget. So kudos again to Eric for bringing that forward and really, really managing our money in a way that has assisted all the different funds that have fund balances and invest. Oh, there we go, first one. Okay, so then for this year, we're continuing many of those same practices. We obviously want to ensure that we're as transparent as we can be, very accountable to all ourselves, being accountable to the council, to the budget committee, and to our community. We also continued looking at our financial forecast. The financial forecast, when we're pulling the budget together, is a very important part of it. So we're not just looking at the current fiscal year. We understand what does the health of all of our different funds look like, and Eric's going to get into much more detail on that in a little while. But it helps us make sure that the decisions that we're making today, we understand if there's long-term impacts, especially if you bring a new teammate on, as an example, has an ongoing cost, and so we need to make sure that we can recognize that moving into the future. There's other times where the one-time costs, we need to make sure that we also aren't accounting for those in the future, so it's both sides to make sure that we really understand where we are heading. So this year, as we mentioned before, we started our first year of zero-based budgeting philosophy. And we see this as an ongoing effort, but something that we're going to have to continue to learn as an organization. I think we made some really good strides. I'll call it a small example, but I think it was an important example. I know in talking to Chief McDonald, he engaged more of the department. It may have been Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe the sergeants had some assignments to look at some of the different expenses and come back with really understanding. So above and beyond, the chief and Lisa, commanders looking at it, trying to get others in the departments looking at areas of responsibility to understand, what we need in those areas. And so that's just one example. There's other examples, obviously, throughout the organization. I think that key message, though, is it's something that we're going to continue to learn and understand how to best utilize a zero-based budgeting philosophy. It's important, I think, on that, too, to understand zero-based budgeting philosophy doesn't mean that we're cutting, right? So you may see areas where we have an increase. And so like in the economic development budget, you'll see a significant increase. It's because the heat pump program that we're going to be talking about is included in there, the funds. And so it doesn't mean everything's going to be lower than the previous year, but that we are prioritizing where the funds go. We also this year want to make sure that the budget committee is aware of some of the realities that we have. You've already referenced a couple of them. We appreciate that. But also the long term. As we talk this year, there's some things that we'll be informing you of. So as we get into next year's budget cycle, you'll see some of those things potentially come to fruition. And so obviously we have the public safety renewal ballot. Another key one, and Halstead, our library director, is going to speak to it later in the presentation as well, is the Washington County Cooperative Library Services or System, WCCLS. If you hear WCCLS, that's our library services. And looking at a couple things that they're working on right now, including a potential ballot measure in 2025. Why this is important? Because roughly 50% of our library funding comes through this partnership. And so we're very mindful of that, and we'll talk a little more in the future here. The other thing is we're really monitoring not only the general fund, our enterprise funds, special revenue funds, and Eric will talk to this as we talk about transportation funding into the future, as you look at a 6-year CIP, and what do the funds look like not only this year, but all the way into the future. And so we'll be talking about that. as well as the potential for future rate studies. And those rate studies are important, especially as we fund our main systems, our water, et cetera, and how those rates are established along with our system development charges. All right. Okay, so now we get into the numbers. So from this point forward, you're going to hear a lot of numbers today. And as I said, please raise your hand at any time if you need clarification or a question. And I know the chair is prepared, as he always does, do a nice job facilitating the conversation with all of you. So overall, the proposed budget in front of you, remember, this does not include the TCDA. That'll be a separate. It is $410 million. The appropriations we'll talk about here in a few minutes is just under $241 million. The general fund itself is just under $48 million. And then, as I've mentioned before here and with teammates, for an organization and community art this size, we have a very significant capital improvement plan and program, and kudos to many who are here today who pull that together, and then many of our teammates that actually implement the projects that you see. And this year alone in fiscal year 25, about $56 million capital improvement plan and program. So what we want to do is just show you different ways of where we get the money from, and then also how we're spending it. And we'll talk, the first will be all the funds together, and then we're going to talk about just the general fund so you get a sense of the general fund. Later we can talk more about fund balances. And so these are harder, that gray is hard to read now. But thank you. So the gray is the beginning fund balance. Where we really want to point your attention to is the two blue colors, which is our annual revenues, as well as the transfers because of the way we're structured and how we account for. So there's a lot of transfers that we have also within our organization. From an annual revenue standpoint, this is, remember, for all funds. Important to remember that. You can see charges for services has the most significant, and then property taxes. And we've talked about this before. You know, many people think, thank you, the majority of a city is funded through property taxes. That's not the case, especially when you look at all funds. You'll see it's a higher percent when you talk about the general fund. But we rely on a variety of different revenues. This year we decided to get into more depth on that, and so Erica's going to talk through revenues in the coming section just to really understand what makes up a lot of the numbers that are here. So this is just comparing fiscal year 24 to 25. It looks maybe a little confusing because there's arrows all over. I just appreciate the team organizing this for fiscal year 25 in a way that shows the top revenue rather than just having them how we've historically. So we're just trying to tie it off for your eyes if you're following each of those lines. It's just another way of looking at it. Really what we're showing here is $149 million in revenues this current fiscal year. The one proposed will be $162 million. So we talked about the appropriations is $241 million of the 410. Now we want to show you where of those funds, how are they categorized, if you will. And so you can see the largest percent is for operations, which you would expect. Then you can also see the capital improvement program and plan that I talked about. Since it's so significant, it's a large portion of the funds that we allocate is to implement the variety of projects that are primarily our engineering team works on, and then some of the other areas which we're happy to get into as we move through the budget. And the funds transfer we can keep clarifying as we move through why is that such a big number in our budget system. You may not see that always in others. So now looking at it by program, the operations. So you heard Emily introduce herself as the Assistant City Manager for Investment and Infrastructure. So this includes our Public Works team, our Community Development team, Finance team, Technology, Fleet and Facilities are in there. And then we have our Engagement and Innovation. And then our third major portfolio is Police, which is a standalone and overseen by the Chief. So the two ACMs oversee the two portfolios, and the Chief oversees the other one. So now we're looking at it by category, and we always like to point out the personnel or the teammate expenses, just under 50% for all funds. Once again, I think many people think government's funded only by taxes, and the majority of the resources are for the people. In our case, about 50% of our total costs are related to the teammates that we have, once again, because of the variety of things that we do, and especially going back to that capital improvement program that we talked about. A large dollar amount goes to the projects that all of you decide to invest in our community. So next one is, now my eyes are really getting bad today. Do you have it pulled up on the side? So the next one is looking at the general fund. So we're now moving from all the funds just to the general fund, so we can give you a little more information. We'll start with the revenues. We talked about property taxes previously was 16% of total funding for the entire organization. Now when you look at just the general fund itself, it's approaching 50%, but still you can see it's not 100% or it's not 90%. And so this is why we rely on a variety of funding mechanisms to make sure that we have the resources to fund all the general fund services. Once again, Eric's going to talk through many of those. Yeah.
This chart does not include the public safety renewal levy. Sorry. That's tracked in its own separate fund, so it's not inclusive of the general fund.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Mayor. So next is looking at the general fund once again from an expenditure standpoint. And so this is where the fully loaded costs we talk about for each department. This means all the central services allocations are included in their budget. And just to show you this, we're going to show you it without, just to give you a comparison. But this is how you can understand what each of the budgets and the fully burdened costs of the ISS and everything else. So you can see police is the majority of the general fund expenditures are for our police department. And then second is our library. And I think combined, those are about 75% of your general fund expenditures go to police and library. So that's probably an important thing just to remember as we're talking about other things that we fund in the general fund. The majority or 3/4 of the funding goes to 2 departments. We then, just for comparison purposes, pull out the central services just to show you, and that is that on the right-hand side, the gray piece of the pie there. You can just see how the percents change. The total of the pie is still the same. It's just trying to show you without central services. We think it's important that central services are part of it, but because that's part of how we account for the delivery of services here, we wanted to show you the role that they play from a expense standpoint as well. So as I mentioned when I started, this is meant to be just that very, very high level overview. I know there's probably questions starting already. We're going to get into much more detail as we move into revenues, the fund balances, the enhancements that we're recommending, and then ultimately our CIP today as well. So Chair, we're happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we're also happy to move on to the next topic when you're ready. What I forgot is a few housekeeping items for those of you that may not be as familiar with City Hall. So we have a restroom right across the hall there. We also have a restroom. If you just follow the lights that are on, you'll see it gets back in the depths of City Hall back there. But there's a restroom back there. Obviously, we have our food and beverages here. We'll have lunch. Because we don't have breaks if you do feel at the time that we should stop, move from A, if we need to get up and stretch, we can do something like that as well. So we know there's a lot of numbers coming your way. You're going to hear our voices a lot. So we'll just follow your lead, Chair.
Thank you, City Manager Reimer. I'm going to go around and call on everyone to give any questions or comments that they have. I'm going to try and cap out initial comments or questions to about 2 minutes, just that way we can make sure we cycle through everyone. And if you still have questions or comments, we'll return to you. Usually, from what I've noticed, a lot of questions are not repetitive, but a lot of people have the same questions, so this will just give an opportunity to cycle through. We will start with Council President Hu.
No question or comment.
Mayor Lube.
No questions.
Kelly Pement.
No questions.
I'm next. I had a question really more of an informational reminder on my end. There are some terms going through here that maybe it's just because it's Saturday morning and the coffee hasn't fully, been absorbed by my body yet. I wanted to just get some examples of interdepartmental costs. A quick refresher of the central service costs, since we had 2 charts related to the impacts on the general fund budget, and just some examples of those rates that we would be having studies for, since they're such a large part of our funding.
Yeah, so I can speak on that. So I'll address the last question first with the rates. So we'll be talking about that a little bit further when we talk about revenue sources. So I'll kind of defer on that for now. But as far as the central service costs and interdepartmental charges go, those two are interrelated. So, so central services generally include your generally overhead or G&A that's related to operating a program. So like your HR function, your finance function, city management, risk, all the things that are required to operate the program. But they are all tracked in a central fund, which is what we call central services. And then those get allocated out to different departments. And I will be going over that in a little bit more detail as well towards the end of our presentation. So we're on slide 95 or so.
I'm getting ahead of myself, clearly. All right, and then you said interdepartmental costs are sort of related to that.
Yeah, and so those are the charges from the funds that pay for these services.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right, because these are programs that don't have like an earmarked revenue source.
Mm-hmm. Cool, that makes sense. Fun accounting details for a Saturday morning. I have no further questions. Councillor Singh.
No questions or comments.
Leah Voigt.
No questions at this time. Just want to thank everyone from the city and everyone else who put in time and effort to get this document to us.
Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this time.
Clarissa Benfield.
No questions at this time.
Thank you, everyone. Unless there are any other questions or comments, we will be moving to the next item on the agenda, which is city revenues. Which will be presented by Finance Director Eric Kang and Library Director Halstead Bernard.
All right, thank you, Chair Jink. So I'll be going over doing a high-level overview of the city revenues. I will be selecting a few and going to a little bit further depth on each revenue source that the city receives. So just at a high level, these are kind of the more significant revenue sources, as you saw on a previous slide in the budget in brief. Obviously, property taxes are a significant source of your revenues, but as City Manager Reimer mentioned, the fees and charges are a large proportion of the revenue sources for all the different funds. So understanding, first thing I think what we need to do is kind of share how does fund accounting work. I think that's a good place to start as we're looking at revenue, because revenues are what drive the different funding sources or the different restrictions that are around funds. So the 4 key funds that we have at the city are the general fund, which is your more general use of funds. So that's your property taxes. We also have certain fees and charges like franchise fees. It's also where like fines go as well. And then you have your enterprise funds. Sorry, I'm going out of order here. The enterprise fund is another significant portion of the city. So that's your operation for utilities. So your water rates, your stormwater sewer services, those are all captured within the enterprise funds. And then you have your special revenue funds, and these are very specific sources or specific purposes for those revenues. So, for example, like our gas tax, this is a constitutional restriction by the state. Those all have to go into a specific fund, which we track independent of any of the other funds, just like the enterprise funds. And it also includes some of these other funds I've listed here. And then finally, central services or ISFs. This is what I just mentioned, your kind of your overhead G&A cost centers. So things like HR, finance, fleet facilities. We also have our ISF replacement funds. Those are all tracked within central services. Sorry. All right, so I think for property tax, this is a good place to start talking about property taxes and Why is property taxes not the largest portion of revenue for the city? So several years ago, some of you may know, Measure 5, Measure 50 placed caps on property taxes. And so for the city, we have limitations on what sort of property taxes we're able to get. So there's what's called a permanent tax rate. So this is what was decided back in when Measure 50 was passed. It rolled back rates from 1997, I believe. And so we have a permanent tax rate of $2.5131. And so the only way that the city can grow its tax revenue is through local option levies and bonds. And so as mentioned here on the slide, those are really the only two ways to add additional revenue outside of the standard 3% growth that is allowed through the state constitution. I'm sorry, this is kind of a repeat of what I just said. So between those two different measures, there's a limitation to the growth. I won't go into repeat myself again. So this next chart right here, this is a diagram of how does the city of Tigard rank against all the other cities within Washington County. So you can see right here, we're about the 6th lowest rate in all of Washington County. If you see that yellow line right there, the dotted line, that is the state average. And the city is currently about roughly half of the permanent tax rate if you compare it to state average. Now we have this diagram right here also shows of all the taxes that are paid by a homeowner in Tigard, what portion of that tax actually goes to the city of Tigard. So you'll see for every dollar that is spent in property taxes, 17 cents goes to the city. And I think commonly, this is a pretty common misconception when it comes to property taxes on how much actually goes to the city. You'll see, we have all these other services that are within Tigard, like the school district. We have TVF&R for fire services, the community college, and then there's county taxes and so forth. So we've talked about the local option levy a little bit earlier. So we do have the option levy on the ballot that is coming up in May. And so that was approved back in 2020, and that was to support the hiring of 8 patrol officers, de-escalation, crisis intervention, school resource officers. And one thing to highlight is that local option levies are restricted to 5 years, and they have to go back to the voters every 5 years. So that is not a guaranteed revenue stream for the city, and so that is something that we have to consider. So this next section we're going to go over is kind of the history on the fees and charges for the city. If we go back several years, there's several different revenue streams, as we've talked about, through fees and charges. Many of them, they all have to go through a process. So I'll highlight that process for this group. So with the city's lowest, being one of the lowest, having the lowest permanent tax rates in the county, bonds or property taxes make up about 16% of the city's total revenue. And in the general fund, as we mentioned before, it only makes up about 40% of the total revenue sources. And in order to actually pay for some of the city services that we are reliant on different revenue streams from intergovernmental revenues, such as the WCCLS, and then fees and charges. And the fees and charges are the ones that have been passed through city council ordinances. So looking at fees and charges, the highest level, we have, this is an example of what the fees and charges look like. So in terms of no specific order, utility charges, that's probably one of the largest sources of fees and charges for the cities. And again, this is for the utilities, water, stormwater, and sewer. Franchise fees is another big portion of the revenue streams, and this includes, this is a licensing fee that a utility pays to operate in the city's right-of-way. And then we have these other fees that on the third bullet here, which are the Parks and Rec fee, the street maintenance fee, and these are fees that are passed by ordinance. And then we also have our permit fees for building, and then we also have business license fees as well. And generally, most of these fees have some sort of restricted purpose, and they're all tracked in a special revenue fund. So back in 2003, that's when the city established the street maintenance fee, and this is a fee that was established to support the maintenance of our pavement management program. And so the city has a pavement management index that we manage. So this includes things like the slurry seal for all of our roads in the city. And a dedicated revenue source was established to pay for that service. And then in 2007, there was an expansion of the business license fee, which was structured to support the commercial crimes unit, which was to a unit that was dedicated to support Tigard businesses. And then 2016, the City Council also passed a Parks and Recreation fee. And this is a fee that was established to support the operations and maintenance of the Parks and Recreation programming. And so one thing that's also important to note is the Parks and Rec fee and the street maintenance fee. These are both fees that are, the vehicle that is used to assess these are what's on your utility bill. So these fees and charges that I just talked about under Tigard Municipal Code 3.32, City Council does have the sole authority to set fees and charges, and so in our past practice, this has come usually around June at the full budget adoption when the fees and charges are presented to Council. However, this year we will be providing the Budget Committee a preview of the fees and charges schedule for discussion at the request of the Council last year during Budget Committee. And so that's one of the reasons why we're talking about fees and charges in a little bit more in more depth today. So kind of going back to the municipal code, TMC 32050. So these are kind of the ways that our fees and charges are adjusted annually. So for all our fees that are passed by ordinance, like our PARF, the Parks and Recreation fee, street maintenance fee, also solid waste, which is one of the franchise fees, these are all increased on an annual basis as per code, usually tied to some sort of index. So some of the index can include things like CPI. CPI-U West is the common index that's used for a lot of these annual adjustments. For street maintenance fee, I believe it's a combination of I think like the asphalt index and there's like a construction index that's used. And then for some of our more and some of our other fees, such as our system development charges and our utilities, these go under a much more robust analysis. And so these go through what's called a rate study. And so generally that's inclusive of a third-party analysis, a professional who's well-versed in doing rate studies for municipalities. And it includes doing a study of what are our operating costs, long-term operating costs, capital needs, things like that, that all factor into building a rate. And then some of the other ways rates are adjusted are by policy directives from council, and then there are some that are dependent on some wage-based increases based on some of the union contracts. And again, I'm kind of going through this fast. If you have any questions, please stop me. So this next section here, we're going to be talking about the intergovernmental revenues. So you'll see on the budget book, there's a pretty large line item for intergovernmental revenues. And so some of the big items that go in here are your gas tax, your liquor taxes, marijuana tax, zero tax, also known as the sin taxes. So the city receives a portion of these taxes that come directly from the state. The state is the one that's responsible for collecting these taxes. And some of the other, and then when you go down to the county level, there are also some revenues that the county receives that are shared with the city. So that includes your hotel, motel tax that your travelers pay when they stay at a hotel room. And then, of course, we have the Washington County Collaborative Library System. We have an IGA with them, and they provide support for our library services, which Halstead will speak to in just a moment. And that moment is actually now. So I'll pass it over to Halstead.
Okay, the clicker, please. Clicker.
Thanks, Steve.
Halstead.
Good morning again. Hello, everyone. My name is Halstead Bernard. I'm the Director of Library Services here for the City of Tigard, and I'm going to talk to you about Washington County Collaborative Library Services, or WCCLS, the least easy to say acronym you could ever imagine. WCCLS has a long history of supporting libraries in Washington County. We are unique in that we're a cooperative, which means we're not a special district. We are not a branch of a main Washington County library. There are very few cooperatives in the entire country or world. And the strength of a cooperative is that each library gets to set the priorities of their communities and what their communities need, and yet is supported by this wonderful infrastructure. And part of that infrastructure, we like to talk about our catalog. So when you're looking up materials from home or inside the library and you can find them. We're also talking about all of our e-resources, the use of which skyrocketed during the pandemic and shows no sign of slowing down. Our courier service, which brings materials to all the different libraries. So if you want a book and it's not at Tigard and it's at Beaverton, you can get it probably within 2 days. And also, we have a strong partnership with the International Book Festival in Guadalajara, and WCCLS helps us send our bilingual librarians to go and choose books in Spanish for our Spanish-speaking community. So lots of value there from WCCLS. So, of course, we're at a moment here with WCCLS and with Washington County in which we need to improve the sustainability and efficacy of the funding that we receive. So the goal here is that I'm going to explain the current state, but then we are currently in a process to improve that sustainability and improve the efficacy, so we will have a strong partnership for many years to come. And now I have to figure out how to use this. Did I do the thing? Maybe not. How long of a delay? There we go. So in what is possibly the most boring graph I've ever created, we have almost exactly 50% funding from the city's general fund, which we've already spoken to, and 50% of a county allocation. And in case you're wondering how much of that county allocation comes from the local option levy, which was mentioned earlier, about 40% comes from the local option levy, and about 60% comes from the county's general fund. So if there's instability in the county's general fund, which we have seen most recently, that will impact our allocations regardless of our IGA. And obviously, if there's a change in the local option levy, that will also impact the funding. So 50% of the library's funding is impacted in this way. There we go, I'm getting better. So as mentioned, our Public Library Network Services and Funding IGA states that any year in which the assessed value increases by 3% or more and the Washington County General Fund transfer to WCCLS is maintained at current levels, each of the libraries get 3% in the following year. This did not happen in the last year. And so in fiscal year 24, we only received a 1% increase to allocations. Our expert finance team budgeted for a 0% increase, so we were still in good standing. But this is part of the current state and the current concern about how Washington County funding is able to support this cooperative going forward.
I'm just wondering, I guess, collectively, you know, I assume there was pushback that the IGA says 3 and everybody only got 1.
Oh, yes. Yes. So I should mention WCCLS has an executive board group that each of the member libraries either sends their nonprofit head board or the city manager. And there were many conversations about the fact that because of the less assessed value that we weren't going to receive our 3% increase in allocations. And again, the county's hands were tied. WCCLS is in the middle and saying that what we have is what we have, and we're going to do our best to give the libraries what we have. This is another reason why, and in just another slide, I'll mention that we are entering a funding and governance evaluation process for the entire cooperative. So, thanks, Mayor, for the question. So, in fiscal year 25, the Washington County Administrative Office asked each department, of which WCCLS is one, to provide 3 scenarios. There was a base scenario of 3% reduction and a 5% reduction, and we do not have that information yet. I think that the budget will be released, Washington County's budget will be released on Monday. Spectacular timing there, but we do expect a slight percentage rate of increase. Obviously not to the 3% that we wish that could be done according to the IGA, but between 1 and 2%. We also, for fiscal year 25, have budgeted for a 0% increase, so we will again be in good standing. So I mentioned the funding and governance evaluation process that WCCLS is engaged with now. This is to set consistent baseline services for libraries. When we talk about baseline service levels for libraries, we're talking about how many hours libraries are open, how much staffing can the libraries support, how many collections are we able to support, purchasing new and different collections. We know that our Library of Things is wildly popular and also wildly expensive. I mentioned the e-resources, e-audiobooks and e-books. I think I was just at a conference. The increase between last 2 fiscal years and this fiscal year is 25% increase of ebooks. And lest you think that ebooks are real easy for libraries to circulate because you buy 1 copy and you circulate it however many times. Oh no, it's a licensing system. So we have to buy a number of copies and we only get those number of copies. So obviously demand is outpacing our funding at this moment. We're also looking at this formula for deciding which libraries get which funding. So we have some libraries that aren't run by municipalities. There's a very large one, Cedar Mill, has 2 locations, and that's completely, it's not completely, but it's like 80% funded by WCCLS, and then the rest of this, they do local fundraising. They have a ton of fundraising that they're doing. Garden Home is another great example. West Slope Library is unique in that it's run by the county. It's not even run by a local municipality or a nonprofit. It's run directly by the county. So we have these allocation formulas that decide who gets what and based on which criteria, and all of that is going to be evaluated. So again, the idea is we need sustainable funding. Obviously, library services are well supported and well needed in Washington County, and specifically in our community. We enjoy incredible support from our community, and we want to be able to continue to meet the need and the demand of our community. So this funding and governance process, which we've just embarked on in March, we have a consulting firm, Marina & Co., and they are currently collecting all of the information from the different member libraries to determine how we're serving our communities, who isn't being served in our communities, because of course we have great data on the people who come into our libraries, but not so great on people who don't even think of the library as a place where you could apply for jobs or pick up a mobile hotspot and have free internet at home for 3 weeks. So all of that work has started, and this will be an 18 to 24 month process. Of course, that doesn't quite end in time for the next levy. So our next levy cycle is due to be on the ballot in November of 2025. There is no determination at this point if it will be a renewal or a replacement. I would be incredibly surprised if it were not a replacement, but we are also developing that recommendation in the process with the consultants. And I'm saying here the communication plan is being developed because unfortunately I don't have WCCLS manager Lisa Tattersall in my pocket to talk to you all about what's happening with this process. As we go, I'm hoping that she will come to council in June or July, give a report, and she'll be happy to field any of the questions about the work that's being done with the consultants. And that is what I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Halstead. Well done. Chair, a lot of information coming your way. We still have some additional areas about the library. Wondering if you just want to see if anyone has a specific question at this point about the library. We can always come back to it, but since we went in depth there.
Yes, Councilor, or yes, that would be visually helpful for me. Yes. Yeah. Are there any questions at this time about the material that has been presented? Councilor Wolf.
That was great. So Halstead, thank you. And at the risk of getting in the weeds a little bit, I want to understand the agreement that says if the assessment is 3% or more. So is this particularly on the levy and compression has shrunk the amount of money available, or it's more about the county and their budget cuts concerns, and there just isn't the dollars to distribute?
Thank you for the question. It's about the latter. It is about the Washington County General Fund and the impacts to it.
Okay, because in my mind, the assessed 3% is an automatic. And then I thought, well, the levies can be different because there can be a compression that squeezes down on dollars available, but I still thought the gap for market value was pretty strong, so thank you. I just wanted clarity on that, and yeah, okay.
Can I follow up to that just a little bit? That's something that I think has been on the forefront for the last year. In regards to the county, we went to the budget meeting with them. The mayors have been pounding the pavement, concerns over the safety, and so the jail, the county jail, the library services, and MISTIP. And those are, three areas that are quite frequently on the chopping block that have a direct impact to cities. So as the budget continues and conversations continue this cycle, I'll make sure everything I know, you also know. But it's certainly a circumstance in which these are choices that Washington County is making based upon their budgetary policy decisions.
Sorry, Mayor Lube, what was the third thing you mentioned? Jail, library, and?
MISTIP. It's the way that the county partners with cities to fund infrastructure. So that's the way a lot of projects get done, which is changing, and that's a whole other soapbox I can get up on later, I'm sure.
Are there any other questions regarding the content that has been presented so far? Councilor Hu?
Oh, it's actually just ask Eric about the SIM tax. How is it being allocated to the city? Is it by population or by how many cigarettes are sold in the city?
So that is actually generally based on a population-based allocation that the county does every year.
Are there any other? There will be an opportunity for questions and comments once we conclude this section. If there are no other questions at this time, let's move to the next slide, please.
All right. So we're getting closer to the end of the revenue section. So a couple things to wrap up on. So going over the enterprise and utility funds, or utility rates. So as I mentioned before, the utilities are a large portion of the city's revenues, but these are all restricted revenues. So they kind of act more as like a like a business operation. So you have your revenues that can only be spent for that specific type of business. So your water funds can only be used to support water services and water infrastructure. Same with the stormwater and the sewer. And so they cannot be commingled or fungible to use for like to buy like a police vehicle, or it can't be used for like library services. They have to be dedicated for that system that you collect revenue for. So when we talk about doing rate studies, there is a rate study that gets done for each system. So it's not all the utilities at once. It's, again, back to the water, storm, and sewer. Each one has its own rate study. And then each system, they all undergo a community-involved system development, system plan development process. So we have what's called a systems plan for each of these utility systems. And so this outlines your operating needs for the next, I can't remember, 10 years? 5 to 10 years, roughly. Also goes over your capital requirements to support your growth for the community. And then with all of that information, that is what influences your rate studies. So once you have all the information that you need for your capital and operating costs, then you can make an informed decision on what your rates are going to be. So I apologize, this is a little bit small. So system development charges, this is another key source of revenue for the city. And this is one of the key sources of revenue that are used for capital infrastructures to support growth in the city. So as some of you may know, we have new development in River Terrace, potentially River Terrace 2.0.
Yeah, everyone better know that by now.
Hopefully everyone knows that. And so one of the fees that the developers pay when they're developing new properties out there, or any new development, is what's called a system development charge. And so this is a fee that's used to support our transportation, parks, water, and our utility systems to support the growth and the added capacity that's needed to serve these new households. And so this is a funding mechanism to ensure that these new homes are paying their fair share for the infrastructure. So when you have a new community that's planned, obviously we have to go into the ground, build sewers and things like that. This is the funding mechanism to pay for those things. And then I heard a little comment about investment income, I think. So just at a high level, our investments, we are not able to invest our money in things like stocks, cryptocurrency, or high risk things like that. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. But our investment income is turning into a large source of revenue for the city. So I think we highlighted before, it's roughly around $7 million is the projection for 2025. But our investments are restricted to limited investment vehicles. Predominantly, we hold all of our investments in bonds, specifically U.S. Treasuries. We do have a small allocation for corporate bonds, but even when we invest in corporate bonds, it's very restricted on what types of companies we can invest in. They have to be high quality bonds, at least A2 or greater. So you're really limited to like the either like financial institutions or like the Googles, like the really huge companies that are very stable. We can't invest in bonds, what's commonly referred to as like junk bonds. These are like newer companies that have poor credit ratings. And so the purpose of that is that the state statute intends for the city to preserve its capital so that we're not going off and putting all our money in cryptocurrency. And so as of April 2024, our investment portfolio is roughly about $273 million. We do have a average yield rate of 4.139%.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
Maybe some background information for everyone. Prior to being more proactive in our investment strategy, what did the pie look like then, roughly, do you know? The LGIP primarily?
So it was primarily in LGIP before. So LGIP is the local government investment pool. So every government in the state of Oregon can park their money into the LGIP. And so this is a fund that's managed by the state treasury. And they have their own investment portfolio that manages all this. And for the last several years, I would say it would be pretty common to earn about $1 million on an annual basis on our investments. It's tied to the low interest rate environment that was in place for post housing crisis of 2008 and up until really 2022. You had near zero interest rates, but then also with the state you have very little control over what you can invest in, and their goal is always going to be 100% capital preservation, so it's much more lower risk too. So there was a lot of missed opportunities for having a higher yield by taking a more active approach with your investments. So that concludes the section on revenues. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Finance Director Kang and Library Director Bernard. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to ask any questions or make any comments that they'd like on in regard to city revenues. We will start with Mayor Lube.
No questions.
Kelly Pemmond.
This is really just, I'm curious, as far as the investments in corporations, do we specifically limit to 5% of the overall investment portfolio, or is it just how that shakes out for this particular time?
That is just how it shakes out. I'll have to refer back to our investment policy. I don't have that percentage off the top of my head.
It's totally okay.
I think it's around 35%.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
I have no questions on my end, but I'd like to thank the City Council for choosing to involve the Budget Committee in the rates discussion. I think that'll be a really informative discussion that I'm looking forward to later this budget cycle. And as usual, as everyone I think knows by now, I always love the history lesson on property tax rates in the state of Oregon, and I think it's a wonderful example of how policy decisions have long-standing legacies. So, thank you. Councillor Singh.
No questions.
Leah Voigt.
Please let me know if this is not the right time or place to address this question, but I know with the implementation of Tyler, we're seeing a lot of changes, and I know that rate studies are very expensive because they're a lot of work and we want to get them right. Do we anticipate seeing any change in cost of what rate studies cost the city once the full implementation of Tyler and all that additional data is available?
I think that's I'm not quite sure if I can answer that question. I think my initial thought would be no. I don't think it wouldn't change any of the cost factors since it is a pretty holistic look. I think the level of work involved is still the same. It's just the data sources may be different. But I don't know if I could tell you any better than that.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was being, like, if more of it was already available, or like sometimes pulling data instead of taking 2 weeks of checking 8 different places to find it. But it sounds like there would be a minimal, if not any, difference. So, or at this time we don't have enough information, but you'll keep us updated as years go by and we find out. Thank you so much.
Councillor Wolf.
No, thank you for the analysis. And I was just checking on the interest earnings, and clearly, Eric, you've, with kind of inflation kind of paring back down, made those assumptions in the prior year of what the return will be, which will be slightly less. But I mean, the chart in the book is great to see what your strategic decisions have impacted on the interest. So thank you.
Can you tell everybody what page?
Yes, page 350.
I'm pausing so everyone can flip to that page. I will always flip to the page if it's mentioned. Very nice. All right. Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Clarissa Benfield.
Oops, sorry, had to unmic there. No questions from me.
Councillor Hu.
Thank you. Just follow up on Kelly's question of, well, thank you for the question of state law require what type of investment we can invest in, but not necessarily the percentage. So who makes the decision on how much we invest in government, U.S. Treasury? And is that a budget committee decision, or is it a staff decision, or is that a council decision?
So that is generally made by the investment officer, which is currently myself.
Oh, okay.
As far as how the decision gets made on a day-to-day basis on which investments to invest into. However, we do have a financial policy, and I did just find it's page 460 on the budget book. And so we do have to follow the guidelines as far as what percentage we are confined to. So you'll see that 35% is the maximum we can invest into corporate bonds. And then there's also some other ones that are not commonly used, like banker's acceptance or demand deposits. We don't invest in those. And then there are also limits to what sort of duration we can invest in. So we can't put all of our bonds in 5-year bonds. We can't tie up all of our money in 5 years. That's actually not allowed through state statute. The state statute only limits you to go up to 3 years for duration, but then our investment policy does provide some more restrictions around duration. So we have, I can't remember exactly, but there's a limitation on what amount has to be within 18 months, and then only a certain portion can be beyond 18 months to 3 years.
Okay, and I guess my comments just that this is if we don't invest aggressively, that's opportunity cost too, right? So it's a cost to the city. So I'm conflicted, but I need to give this more thought. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. We have been taking a more active approach this year. One of the things that we are actively looking at right now is making sure that we're utilizing the full 35% for corporate indebtedness. There was a kind of a strange period of time over the last couple of years where what's commonly referred to as the spread, which is the difference between two different types of bonds, where the U.S. Treasury rates were sometimes higher than corporate bonds. So there was a weird shift in the market over the last couple of years due to what's called the yield curve. We are seeing in the more recent times, in the last couple of months, we are seeing that spread starting to get a little bit bigger, where corporate bonds are now yielding more than U.S. Treasuries. So we are now making that shift to invest more of our dollars into that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments in regards to city revenues? Mayor Lube?
Yeah, I just want to say this, more aggressive strategy to pay attention to where our money is going has made such a huge impact on the financial stability of Tigard. And so I want to acknowledge that, what a complete difference it has made in the amount of money coming in with us literally, I don't want to say not doing anything, but because you're working hard to do this analysis, but it's sort of like free money, and it's really wise investment strategy. And there certainly is, I think, a balance of making sure that we're taking enough risk with our community dollars that we're seeing a benefit, but not enough that our community is, going to lose funds. But we don't talk about it enough. I think $7 million versus $1 million. That's a lot of money coming in that our community can use. And it's putting our city on a different trajectory than a lot of cities in Oregon right now who are facing massive budget cuts. So I want this committee to understand that and acknowledge that, what a big difference this small change, not small, but this change in strategy has made for our budget system. So thank you, Finance Director.
For context, that $1 million to $7 million, that's the library budget right there, if I recall correctly, because it's about $8 million. So that's, yeah, just in terms of scale for everyone, that's the impact it is. It's the library budget. All right. If there are no other questions and comments, and everyone is good to proceed to the next section, I think the next section is the 5-year financial forecast, which will be a presentation by Finance Director Kang.
Chair Drake, do you mind if we convene a short break?
I had a feeling that everyone wanted that, but no one wanted to be the person to suggest it. Thank you. Yes, it is 10:23 right now. Would convening at the scheduled 10:30 time in 7 minutes work for everyone? Perfect. See you all at 10:30. All right, everyone, it's 10:33. If we could friendly request to return to your seats so we may proceed. All right, everyone. We have a lot of very nice conversations related to the budget. I'm glad it's piqued everyone's interest this morning. But we need to get back to the agenda now. The next section is the 5-year financial forecast, which will be presented by Finance Director Eric Kang.
All right. Thank you, Chair. All right, so I think this is going to be one of the most critical parts of our discussion today. Well, besides CIP, of course. But looking at our 5-year forecast, so as we're looking at all the revenues that we just had discussed this morning, how does that fit into our 5-year forecast now? Looking at our operations, our capital requests. This is kind of the area where we put those two together and see what the funds are going to look like over the next 5 years. And so I'm going to share just at a high level some of the assumptions that were used, and then we'll kind of go dive deeper into each fund and talk about what the funds are doing. So just as a general for forecast basics, so we use several assumptions. These are all developed based on inputs by various departments, based on historical analysis, and we apply them based on our different financial models over the next 5 years. And then there are some assumptions that are put in on generally on known assumptions. So we have generally for like certain personnel costs, we know what they're going to be for short term, so those are applied. But then for things that are further out, we do use certain sets of unknown assumptions based on kind of our best guess. So I will state, as we get further out into the year 4, year 5, I don't have a crystal ball, so they're generally going to be wrong, but this is just to give you a sense of where things are going to look like over the next 5 years. So I want to start with kind of giving a backdrop of what we're seeing in the economic environment. So just at a high level, what we're seeing and experiencing. And so I want to acknowledge that there are some different circumstances this year than some of the unknowns. There are still some unknowns, but over the last several years, obviously with the pandemic, some very significant ones. So one of the things we've seen, especially in 2023, strong GDP growth. This is overall in the U.S. economy, 2.5%. That was an increase from the prior year. We're also seeing strong employment. We're at full employment now. 3.5% is what was reported by the state as of 2023, December 2023. However, on the flip side, we are in a place where our interest rates are at a very high level, and that's determined by the Federal Reserve, and obviously that's paying off dividends for us in terms of our reserves and our interest income. But there are some risks that are involved when you have this sort of high interest rate environment. So you'll commonly hear, in the news and the media, economists talking about, are we going to make a soft landing? Is there going to be a recession because of the high interest rate environment? Well, currently we're not predicting a recession. We're not factoring any sort of soft landing in our forecast, which is consistent with what the state economist is doing as well. And so in this current high interest rate environment, one of the things we do need to be cognizant of is if the Federal Reserve decides to consistently hold interest rate at this high level, one of the risks, and this is just kind of what happens in the economy, is generally your consumption will go down, which causes GDP to go down, and as a result, there's potential for higher unemployment. Again, those are not things that we're factoring in our forecast today, but these are just kind of risk factors that we need to be cognizant of. And then inflation. This is a different environment where we were from 2 years ago, where we were seeing 8-10% inflation. It is still higher than what the Federal Reserve wants to see. Their target is always 2%, around there. So as of 2023, there was our year-over-year 12-month CPI was reported at 4.1 for the major indexes that we use for our general region. And so that impacts like what our labor agreements are and our estimates for materials and service in the out years. And then some of the other risk factors for inflation include some of the geopolitical risks that we're seeing globally today. Obviously, oil prices are still very high, and there's some unknown factors. Oil influences obviously things like our capital projects, availability of raw materials, impacts. There are a lot of downstream impacts due to some of the geopolitical risks that we see around the world. And then as far as development growth goes, we are assuming some development still over at the River Terrace, Tiger Triangle. There's some infill, and then population growth to grow at 0.75% per year. And so the purpose of this forecast is also to show what it looks like if we maintain services at existing levels and meeting previous commitments, and addressing some of the city's or the council's goals and priorities. All right, so we're going to go into some of the key assumptions now. So we talked about revenues at a high level of what they are. So now we'll talk about what are we using in our forecast. So the first line here, the development activity, you're saying these are some of the active areas where we expect to see development in the city. And overall, the impact for property taxes is that we're seeing approximately a 3.5% growth in 2025. And the reason, and historically we have used a slightly higher number, but we have reduced that this year from the budgeted numbers because we did see a slight shortfall in property tax collections this year. But then in the out year, again, as I mentioned before, the 0.75 population growth percentage, that's why we have a 3.75% long-term growth. So we have a 3% that we generally automatically get every year over year for the increase in assessed values, and that's what state limits your property tax growth to be. And then the 75% is added on top of that to account for growth. And then the public safety renewal levy is included in our forecast, and that's, again, the levy that's on the ballot. And the growth in property tax does mirror the same growth as our general fund property taxes. So some of our other fees or other revenue sources. So hotel taxes, we are expecting a long-term growth rate of 2.5%. During the pandemic, obviously hotel occupancies have plummeted, and so we saw a lot of volatility in our revenues for hotel during the pandemic, but since then, we've seen almost full recovery and actual growth in lodging and hotel taxes. So we are, again, this is kind of a volatile tax, so we're not being aggressive in our assumptions, but we're holding a 2.5% growth rate long-term on that. And for franchise fees, I think we presented in a previous slide, franchise fees generally make up about 25% of our overall revenue in the general fund. We are seeing some large growth in our franchise fees. And again, the franchise fees is what utilities pays for the use of the right-of-way. So this is commonly your Portland General Electric, Northwest Natural, your your solid waste providers, cable. And so the largest increase we're saying is coming from PGE. So as you all know, as many of you know, or if you don't know yet, you probably saw on your bill, PGE increased rates January 1st, 2024. It was about a 15% increase, I believe, or 17.2% increase. And so the city gets a 5%, there's a 5% charge assessed onto these utilities on their revenues, gross revenues. And so because PGE increased their rates by 17%, we would expect the city to also receive a proportionate increase for that growth. And then there's also a proposal at the PUC right now from PGE. I believe they're proposing a 7.9% rate increase for 2025. So there is a small increase assumed, not for the full 7%, but a small increase assumed for fiscal year 2025 based on a rate increase again. For solid waste, we are expecting a rate increase of 8%, and that's primarily because there was a rate increase that was already approved back to take effect in January 1st, 2024, and that does not assume any new rate increase for this year. And then for cable TV, we're not expecting any growth. Generally, this has been pretty stagnant, if not declining, over the last several years. So we're not projecting any sort of growth in these revenue streams. And then we did talk a little bit about the WCCLS from Washington County. We are expecting a 1% growth in this fiscal year, but there's zero growth assumed in the out years, just because of the uncertainty. Yep.
Where this might be a very small number anyway, but is fiber internet, would that be included in this category?
Certainly. Fiber is included. They do pay a right-of-way fee. It is not as significant as some of these others. Generally from telecom, it's a very small fraction of some of these other ones.
Okay, so it would fall under the telecom category.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right, so some of these other ones, so gas tax, this is again, it's a constitutional tax that we get. We're expecting a 1.8% growth in 2025. However, we are seeing projections from the League of Oregon Cities of gas tax expected to go down. Obviously, with the transition to EVs and higher efficiency vehicles, there's an expectation that less gas will be purchased by consumers, and so we would expect gas taxes to go down year over year. Our traffic fines, we're expecting to go down by 25%. We will talk about this a little bit more in a future slide, but this is based on current, what we're experiencing in terms of volumes for citations, but we are expecting them to go down. And then for utilities, for water, stormwater, and sewer, we are expecting increases based on the rate studies that were approved back in fiscal year, I think it was 21 or 2020. There's a set schedule on the rate increases that are valid through fiscal year 26. And so your utility sales are reflective of those rates. And then for investment income, we are assuming a 4% interest income over the next 5 years, and these are projected based on fund balance reserves. And so what that means is if your fund balance reserves go down, our interest rates will go down proportionately too, because it's based on cash on hand that's available to invest. And so for our interest rates, one thing to be cognizant of, if the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates dramatically, there are obviously potentials for interest yields to go down in the out years. Fortunately, we have a laddered system in place, so there are some hedges against changes in interest rates where the impacts to the city will be a little bit more further down the road. So when I mentioned before, we can invest in certain duration, like 3 years, that does mitigate some of the impact for changes in the interest rate. So if we have an interest rate today that we buy at 5%, we get that 5% guaranteed for the next 3 years, regardless of what the Federal Reserve does.
Thank you. Just want to give an opportunity for the committee if anyone has any questions regarding revenue assumptions at this point. Leah Voigt. Councillor.
So thank you, Eric. So this is just a quick clarification on the property tax. That is purely on growth and not collection rates. Do our collection rates stay pretty strong on property taxes?
Correct, yes. Collection rates still are relatively strong. I mean, we were generally at the 97% collection rate, which is very strong compared to some of our neighboring cities.
Leah Voigt.
For the anticipated decrease in gas tax generated because of less use of gas-powered cars, I know the numbers are much smaller, but is the associated increase in electricity use already accounted for in that projection? Is that assumed to be kind of already happening and in those PGE numbers, or is that something that was factored for separately?
I'd be happy to give some insight while you perhaps think about it a little more. So interestingly enough, the decline in gas tax is actually what's responsible is the efficiency of cars, not so much that electric vehicles are changing over. So if you think about the example is like a Toyota Corolla, it used to be, you know, I want to say like 20 miles an hour, and now it's like, it's much more efficient vehicles are the biggest driving factor rather than electric vehicles. Just to say in general, the state legislature and ODOT are working on a transportation package, understanding that our mechanism for funding transportation in the state of Oregon is broken, and cities and counties get percentages of gas tax, and it impacts us too. And so looking for a complete overhaul in general, which may look very different, but also take a long time to stand up, like 5 to 7 years to get fully implemented. So all of those things are being thought of, but the declining gas tax is hugely responsible for a lot of transportation infrastructure operations and maintenance issues. But I hope that answered your question, that it's not so much electric, it's actually efficiency.
It does. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that is kind of what I would expect as well from our assumptions. But there hasn't been any consideration for any EVs, but I think the EVs are going to be a very small percentage of the actual impact to the gas tax. It is mostly the high efficiency vehicles.
Thank you. Councillor Hu?
I just checked my Ziply Fiber bill, and it doesn't charge me any franchise fee. So I just want to confirm that internet company pays us franchise fee. I mean, you can get back to me
I
if
might have to
you
get
want.
back to you on
yeah.
that one.
Okay. Thank you.
I think it's right-of-way fees. I don't think it's franchise fees, which is a whole other topic with the way like the MAC is funded. It's actually through cable and not internet, and looking at different ways for funding structures. So I guess it's a plug for MAC. I just filmed a PSA that they are actually also doing a survey right now for the way individuals use Comcast, or if you don't use it, what you may need from it. But that is also a situation in which we understand that the mechanism for funding is changing because people are cutting the cord, but it hasn't quite caught up with charging franchise fees for internet as much as just right of way for using the right of way.
What does MAC stand for? Or what is it in general, even if?
Communications.
TVC-TV.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to expenditure assumptions.
Okay, so that was all on the revenue side. So we're going to shift gears and look at the expenditure assumptions that are used in our forecast. So one of our largest cost drivers, obviously, is our personnel costs, or our teammate costs, as was mentioned before. So our out-year forecasts for compensation is based on what we know today and a combination of a placeholder based on our estimates. So we have 2 union agreements that were enacted, I believe, in fiscal year 23, 22. Actually, not sure on the second one. But there are contractual obligations that the city has to uphold in terms of the cost of living adjustments and some of the salary increases for the next several years. And so we do have a projection included in there following some of the contractually required obligations. And then we have a just kind of a flat percentage increase of 4% in the out years, where some of those contract provisions don't apply. And again, that is just an estimate based on what we've seen historically. Another large cost driver for this year, we are seeing benefits costs increasing dramatically. We're estimating a 10% increase in our healthcare costs. And then in the out years, we're expecting to see a 6.6% for beyond 2025. Historically, we've estimated a roughly around 6% increase, and we are seeing it nearly double this year. Part of that reason is that premiums for healthcare costs are experience rated. And so what that means is that our claims are higher than expected, and so our premium costs are going up. For our next slide, so our fleet and IT facility and equipment replacement costs, so we have our ISF funds. And as part of the mechanism of having these ISF funds, we have an estimate on what our replacement values are going to be. So say, for example, we bought a vehicle this year. Well, it's not going to cost the same to replace that vehicle in 5 years. And so we have to put in an estimate of what the escalation is going to be in that next 5 years. And so for this year, we're estimating a 6% increase in the replacement values of vehicles based on some of the market trends that we're seeing. And in terms of inflation, for short term, we're assuming a 4% increase in this next year. And then in the out years, we've reduced the inflationary assumption to 3.5%. And again, we've talked a little bit about inflation in the earlier slide, and so this is reflective of where we're expecting to see inflation to go. And again, I don't have a crystal ball, so some of the out-year numbers can change, especially as inflation is one of those sticky things that no one can truly predict. Another key assumption that we started doing last year that we're continuing to carry forward is looking at our expenditure savings. So historically, we've done a deep dive going back to 2010, looking at expenditures. And we have seen back in pre-pandemic time, expenditure savings of anywhere between 8 and 12%. And so for the purposes of doing this forecast, we are assuming a 10% expenditure savings. And it is important to note that after the pandemic, there was a larger amount of expenditure savings. And as you know, during the pandemic, we had the Great Recession, so higher levels of turnover, supply chain issues, so we weren't actually able to buy some of the materials and supplies that we had budgeted. So those are not really factored in when we're looking at our expenditure savings. So that gets us to our first chart here, which is looking at our general fund and looking at a high level over the next 5 years. So again, this model here looks at a 10% expenditure savings in the current year and in the out years. As you can see, we have a small gap. It might be hard to see in this chart because it's a bit small. But in 2026, there is a small gap there, and that is based on our projections for current year Tyler costs. But after 2026, we expect a significant portion of those costs to be eliminated, the implementation costs. And so you'll see a positive trajectory afterwards. So in this model, our reserves are going to stay above our minimum reserve target requirements, which are required to maintain our current service levels and also for, of course, our rainy day funds. But it is also important to know that if you look at these two lines, the margins are fairly low. I mean, there's not a huge surplus that we're expected to see, even with the 10% expenditure rates over the next 5 years.
Eric, if I may, I think it's important to pause and look at our fund balance in the general fund. Mayor already referenced other communities, neighboring communities, the county. They do not have, I'll say, the luxury of having such a healthy fund balance in their general fund, which is why a lot of the conversations that we're hearing from some of our colleagues are occurring in their communities, where they're looking at, cutting $10 million, whatever the case may be, or larger numbers at the county. Even though we have that large fund balance, we still are very mindful, as you can see by the revenue and expense line, trying to still come in at balanced budgets or understanding where we may have an increase in expenses for a short period of time, like Tyler, that was referenced. But this is a slide that I think is very important for the budget committee and the elected officials to really understand that a very healthy general fund and the fund balance. There's many cities that will be at 25%, 20%, 15%. I mean, just do the math on a $47 million budget, and upwards of $35 million in the fund is a very healthy number. So.
Is that the same graph that's in the slides that was sent out the other day?
I believe so. There weren't edits made. There's a second slide about the general fund. I'm happy to take a pause right here to take any questions.
Yeah. So the 10% expenditure savings, is that, I know in the past that's been something we've historically seen. Is this 10% assumption based on the zero-based budgeting approach that we're moving to, or just historic trends on how much we're saving?
So it's based on historic trends. One thing I do want to highlight too, as we're looking at this graph, so on the revenue side, generally our assumptions for revenues are on the conservative side. So some of the revenue figures here, especially on the out years, could change. And I think that's another factor to highlight here. And this might be the slide that you're referring to, Leah. So I think it's also imperative to share some of the realities with the general fund if we are not factoring in the 10% expenditure savings. So one of the common issues that you see with a lot of general funds in many jurisdictions is what's called the fiscal cliff. And so our property tax rate is only 3%, and we have a very small amount for growth. And then when we have historically, expenditures that exceed that growth rate, you're always going to see an inverse with your expenditures and your revenues. And so if we were to fully expend our budgets every year for the next 5 years, you do see our reserve levels being drawn down towards that 2029 levels to very close to where our minimum reserve levels are. And so that's what we call the fiscal cliff. And at that point, if that reality were to happen, then we would have a different conversation with the budget. But again, as Steve mentioned, we are at a place today where we have reserves where if this scenario were to play out, we do have time to make course corrections in the next 5 years if this scenario were to take place. But based on our historical analysis, we are seeing truly a 10% expenditure savings. And so we feel confident in that previous slide of that being the actual reality of our fund forecast in the next 5 years.
Sorry, Councilor Wolf.
Just a couple quick questions. So again, thank you, Eric. So I always, I think I asked the same question last year. The 10% savings, is that staffing or stuff? Because I think there's an opportunity cost if a chunk of that is staffing, because what positions aren't getting filled and what's the impact to, and definitely it's an important fiscal component, but just wanted from either of you just a thought on that. And I appreciate the historical analysis because that really gives weight to the 10%, but curious.
Yeah, so looking back at our analysis, when we went back to 2010, we looked at both personnel costs and materials and service. And it is weighted a little bit more heavily towards personnel services, but it is not entirely. I'd say the split was roughly around 60-40, but it does vary year over year. It can be sometimes 70-30, but it is not entirely personnel costs. So our only our police department is PERS eligible. So and it's only sworn officers are PERS eligible. So it is a smaller subset of our organization.
I think that's my new fun fact. I don't know if that hits Friday's factoids or not, but thank you for the clarification on that. And I'm embarrassed that I didn't know that, so that helps a lot. And that makes total sense. Thanks.
Anything is eligible for a factoid. On that, to your point, there's an opportunity cost. Yeah, very mindful of that. Realize, if in the perfect world we would have every sworn officer hired, we'd have all our project managers hired, we'd have full team across the board. But we just realized it's even in the best of times, that's not the reality. But yeah, that ideally that's what would happen. And then we'd have to really prioritize. But, yeah.
Mayor Lube?
Yeah, I was just going to follow up and I guess ask her for clarification over there's absolutely an opportunity cost, but I also think there's a difference between having a job open and interviewing and like not paying it versus the conscious decision of not posting and not like recruiting for it. So I don't know if there's a difference or a little bit of both going on, but I think like naturally, right, when somebody leaves, you don't always have somebody lined up. And so I guess my question would be the difference between the conscious decision of not posting versus just the reality of the business of saying it's going to take us a month or two to get somebody in, because then they, the interview process, because I mean, hiring for government is not an easy process, right? And then that person typically gives a notice and those sorts of things. So I would just wonder what the difference was, like what the intentional versus just the hiring business of having a position open, because they're different in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, and I think it can have an open, it can be intentionally put out there and then just open for a really long time with an inability to fill. Okay.
Yeah, generally I can't think of too many positions that we're intentionally just holding. Sadly, it's the other way where we have open recruitments for some that we've just had a really difficult time. Like John Goodrich's position is a good example of that. It's been a long
He was
time.
a unicorn.
Yeah, 3 years now for really overseeing some of our major systems. There's a few we'll talk about as we get to that like conscious decisions coming up. But Jennifer, unless it's really capacity to be able to have HR, who's critical in this, departments and hiring. I think there's a good example right now. We had a lot of changes happening in community development, and it sounds like what I'm hearing from Kenny and others, in pretty fast time we're getting to the point where we're going to be able to announce filling a lot of those positions. So it's really depending if we're able to attract people in positions. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Leah Voigt?
And for just clarification or verification, the 10% cost, because that's based on historical data. I know that turnover has a really high cost to it because there is all that training and all that other stuff that happens with it. So the 10% represents both the not having to pay someone's someone's salary because that position is open, and includes the cost of hiring, and the net difference is 10%, correct?
Yeah, so the expenses would be in there. I think a good example is when you look at our police department and overtime costs, for example. So, every time we have a vacancy, we still have minimum staffing and other things that we have to do. We have events like happening today. And so the team's really good at looking at, but we know overtime is driven up when we have vacancies. So just as one example. So.
All right, let's move on to the next fund forecast.
So the next slide, we're going to be focusing in on our parks funds. And so the parks fund includes for revenue sources, includes our parks SDC funds, which I mentioned before. Those are the revenues that are paid by developers for their fair share for infrastructure costs. And then our parks utility fund, which is driven by our park and recreation fee. So if you look at it, over the next 5 years, we are seeing some pressures being applied to our different parks funds. And over the next 5 years, we're seeing that the majority of these funds are going to be drawn down, primarily driven by some of our capital projects. Well, the next slide will actually go into a little bit more detail, so I can bounce back and forth. So looking at our park and recreation fee, so this is that fee that that I mentioned earlier, where council had passed an ordinance to assess a park and recreation fee that's on the utility bill. So some of the restrictions that apply to the park and recreation fee is that it's limited to an annual increase of 4.2% to 4.26%, and that's regardless of any sort of CPI. This is just a hard cap that's placed on this fee. And the park revenue, it actually only supports about 50% of our parks and recreation operations. And the general fund is the backdrop. It subsidizes about $2.5 million to the fund every year. And so whenever you see additions of new parks, especially if there are new parks that aren't tied to any sort of new development, there aren't any incremental revenues that are received by the city to support the maintenance and operations of these parks. And then I also included this data point right here where one home contributes about $100 annually. So even if we're looking at new development, the actual incremental increase in homes don't necessarily give a one-for-one support to maintain our parks as well. So that is the reason why you're seeing this previous slide. Okay, there we go. In the out years, especially because as we're looking at some of the new parks that are coming online in the next few years, we're expecting to see some of our reserves go down. Some of that is driven by our capital. So that red bar graph there, that represents our parks SDC fund balances, and so a significant portion of those funds will be drawn down over the next 5 years to support our capital projects, which our city engineer will share a little bit more information on.
If I could just add, and it's probably obvious to all of you, so we had the library conversation, now the park, right? And it's just by chance they're both about 50-50, but you can kind of see those long-term pressures in two, really important service areas for this community. Tigard really embraces the library, Tigard embraces their park system and trails, and so being very mindful of what does this look like in the future, and how do we continue to meet the community's expectations, especially as the systems grow, like our parks and recreation system. So.
So I don't know if you want to take a stop at each system, but that was the end for parks and recreation forecasts. Chair.
Councilor Hu?
I just want to add quickly that our new parks have 3-year or 5-year warranty period, and after that, the city has to put our own money for maintenance. I just want to add a little context to that. So thank you.
All right, let's move to the next fund, please.
All right, so transportation, we've talked about this a little bit. So gas tax is one of the revenue sources that feeds into our transportation funds. It's a significant portion. We also have several other different revenue streams, which include the transportation development tax, which is similar to an SDC, but it's assessed by the county, but can also only be used for certain types of roads. So the TDT generally can only go towards arterials and collectors, but they cannot be used for local roads. And then we have our transportation SDC funds, and again, this is back to the fee that developers pay. And then our street maintenance fee, as I mentioned before, that is our revenue that's on the utility bill to fund our pavement management program. And then for total capital projects, we're expecting about $82 million to be expended over the next 5 years. And in this graph, we do see a healthy balance over the next 5 years, but we'd have another chart to kind of show you some of the more nuanced realities of our transportation funding. So the TDT portion represents a large portion of our revenues and fund balance that are growing within our overall transportation funding picture. So as I mentioned, the TDT, again, can only be used for arterials and collectors, and local roads, there's a gap in the funding streams that are available to support these specific roads. And so if we look at the next 5 years, we do see a significant drawdown on our fund balances. And this projection here doesn't include one of our more significant CIP projects that, again, a city engineer will include, which is our North Dakota Street Bridge, which is roughly around $16.6 million. And so we're still in the process of identifying funding sources to pay for this bridge. And again, I won't go into too much detail on this bridge, but this is one of those high need critical areas that we have to figure out over the next couple of years. So that's everything on transportation.
Are there any questions on transportation funds? Councillor Singh?
So for the TDT funds, you said it was restricted, right? Is there, I'm trying to figure out like what the procedure, or if there's a procedure, or what the process is to make it more, like, make it unrestricted to other,
if you don't mind, I'm going to call on our city engineer to answer that question.
So as far as the process for it, I'd have to defer to the county on what that process would be, but it would most likely take county board action to amend their code or their ordinance for the TDT. We did look into applying it to both of the bridge projects that are in the CIP, and based on the current criteria that they have, they are not eligible.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Mayor Lube?
I would just say in general that it's like even specifically for our bridges and our operation and maintenance of our infrastructure, this is not a Tigard specific problem. I think jokingly we're on like a 100-year plan to replace bridges, which is obviously completely unrealistic. And this is just a historical disinvestment in our infrastructure that we're having to pay for and figure out now. But Tigard is not alone.
Thank you.
And when I meant the 100-year, I think it's the state of Oregon and not specifically the city, just to be, clarifying.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there any other questions regarding transportation funds? All right, next fund, please.
So looking at our first, the first chart right there on the top, that represents our sanitary sewer and stormwater funds. We are expecting to see growth in these funds over the next 5 years. And these funds there's a mix of rates that are set by Clean Water Services, and then there's a portion that is set by the city. And over the next 5 years, our sanitary sewer funds are looking relatively healthy with a growing fund balance to meet the needs of the CIP, some of the investments in our CIP projects. Stormwater, however, we are seeing a downward trajectory with our stormwater funds, but our stormwater surcharge, which is the city portion, is expected to undertake a study in the next 18 months. So we do have some time as far as perhaps changing the narrative of this forecast. With our water funds, we are expecting to see a drawdown in our water funds. Again, one of the significant reasons for the big drawdown in the next 5 years is some of our more significant capital projects are taking off. We have our Reservoir 18, which is a approximately $34 million project that is well along the way. We expect that to be finished in the next 5 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. Next year, okay. So we are expecting a significant drawdown in our water funds. However, we are coming towards the end of our rate study cycle So a new rate study will be taking place soon for our water rates.
And just to clarify, from previous slide, it said the city of Tigard has the authority to, the city council's the one that just sets the rate for that?
That's correct.
Is there any, I know Tigard is part of a larger water service area that involves King City and some other municipalities. Are they consulted? Are those other city councils and municipal boards consulted on that, or just City of Tigard?
Mayor, would you like to comment?
So this is a weird situation in which the Tigard Lake Oswego Water Partnership, we act as the utility. So we are essentially like the PGE providing water services to the service area, which includes Durham and King City and Lake Oswego and most of Tigard. So I would say that, you know, our rate study is really what helps us decide what cost we set. I don't know that we specifically reach out. We have a water advisory board, which includes members from those jurisdictions, and they confer on it, but they are not necessarily like the final decision makers. That resides with council. But I hope that clarification makes sense, where we are a government entity and a utility provider.
Yes, that is very helpful. I hadn't thought of it that way because I just interpreted it as a government sort of situation, but the utility part makes a lot of sense. Thank you. If there are no, oh, Leah Voigt.
I apologize if I missed this. Can you explain why the stormwater projections go up in 2029? Because you talked about how they go down, but we see on that last year there is an uptick.
I mean, generally that's going to be based on the timing of our stormwater projects. So it's, as we look at our overall picture for stormwater, there's a lot of timing issues based on when projects are going to take off and complete. And so when we have less projects at a certain period of time, we would expect the fund balances to grow. And then as more projects come into online, then the fund balances go down. So there are some fluctuations there.
Thank you.
All right, next fund, please.
So the other fund I want to highlight is our transient lodging tax. So our TLT fund, also known as TLT, our transient lodging tax, this is the revenue source that is brought in from occupancy at hotels within the city of Tigard. So we are expecting to see TLT funds to grow annually about 2.4%. This is one of those funds that was extremely volatile during the pandemic when there was virtually no occupancy. And so there was inconsistent levels of revenue over the last couple of years, but we are projecting out revenues to grow over the next several years as we have seen collections increasing significantly in more recent years. So part of the TLT, there is a 30% within statute that authorizes 30% of the funds to be used for general fund for existing city services, and then the remainder must be used to draw tourism. And so for the fiscal year 25, we've budgeted $100,000 for the 4th of July drone show, which will be happening for the first time in a few months. And then we have $94,000 budgeted for the community events through our community events grant program. And our current practice right now is that we're saving funds for a regional athletic complex, but we are recommending future conversation with the City Council on priorities for the TLT funds.
Maybe we pause there. I know there's been at least myself and some councilors have had, and the mayor have had conversations about the TLT, so if others in the budget committee also want to ask questions.
Sure, Mayor Lube.
Less of a question and more of a general comment, just so everyone is aware. There are discussions happening at the League of Oregon Cities, like General Policy Committee, specifically about the available uses for the TLT. And it's going to perhaps be one of the priorities to broaden the scope, to include public safety as one of them. There are a lot of jurisdictions, specifically along the coast, that have asked for more flexibility I don't know that that changes Tigard's policy or that we would use it in a different sort of way, but I do want to make everyone aware that those discussions are going on, and it could perhaps be more available uses in the future. But again, that doesn't mean it has to change our policy. It just allows for more flexibility for other jurisdictions who are needing to fund their public safety services in a different way.
Thank you. Councilor Wolf?
Thank you. Steve, would you just, on that last bullet, the vision was to have a regional athletic complex or current practice. Could you just take 30 seconds to talk about kind of what the hope there is?
About the regional complex? Thanks. So on page 422, here we go. I'll give everyone a chance. Last year was the tents being turned. Now it's what page?
Insert the page.
If you look at the third paragraph there, it explains what the thought was when this was put into place, and it's looking to pay for a $3 million facility, about $400,000 annually that could be saved or paid for the debt service, which is $3 million is a lot of money, but it's not even close to what a regional complex would cost us. This could be one funding source, obviously, and so. Through conversations with all of you individually, it's come up in different ways, as we've talked about the drone show, as we've talked about requests by our community organizations. We just thought, is this the practice we should continue, or should the council, outside the budget cycle, really have a conversation on the prioritization? What Mayor Lube just shared would be helpful too, if there is some flexibility for cities and communities. We would obviously bring that into the equation as well. But the original vision there, as you can see, is to actually have this fund balance grow for a while, and then utilize some of those funds for a complex. Does that help?
And I appreciate the reminder to the detail on it too. So thank you.
Since we have one slide left in this section, I suggest we go over that, and then we can reserve additional questions and comments for the general discussion period.
So kind of just to wrap up our 5-year financial forecast, going into 2025, we are seeing that our city funds are in healthy shape. Obviously, for some of the out years, we have discussed some of the pressures that are being applied to our parks and transportation funds. We are expecting to see new rate studies in the near future, particularly, as I mentioned, our water rate study, and then we have our stormwater study too. But for our general fund, looking at it through 2029, based on our current proposed service levels, with the expenditure savings, we are expected to see help maintaining reserves through the next 5 years, as we discussed earlier. And then just on the last piece, wrapping up on the transit lodging tax, there's some consideration for programming. So that is just the high-level synopsis over the 5-year forecast.
Thank you very much, Finance Director Kang. We will now have an opportunity for additional questions and comments regarding the 5-year financial forecast. I will be calling on everyone. We will start with Kelly Pemmond.
I don't have any questions at this time. I just want to say thank you so much for putting this all together. I can't imagine how much work went into this, so thank you.
I have no questions, but I'd like to second the thanks to the entire team for all the work on this presentation, and Finance Director Kang for you walking us through all of our many funds. I think we have like 36 different funds to go through. It's the heart and soul of the budget, and it's very critical that we have a good understanding of how these funds operate, so we can get into the fun part of the budget section, which is all the highlights. Not that the rest of it isn't fun, let me clarify that. Councillor Singh.
No questions, just echo the thank you to the team.
Leah Voigt.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
No questions at this time.
Clarissa Benfield. apologies, I did not see that. Oh, all good, all good. Councillor Hu?
No question.
Mayor Lube?
No questions.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We will be moving to the next portion of our agenda, which is to receive public comment. At Budget Committee meetings, we will be following the same public comment protocol as the City Council meetings. This protocol can be found on the City website and on the PowerPoint slides that we'll be showing for this meeting. As a summary, remarks should be addressed to the Budget Committee as a body rather than directed to any particular member. Personal attacks or threats, disruption of the meeting, use of obscene, vulgar, or discriminatory language, or in any way discouraging anyone else from participating are not acceptable. The mayor or presiding officer, i.e. me, may interrupt members of the public speaking to the Budget Committee if they are not following public comment protocol, and the Budget Committee will enforce these rules uniformly and treat all perspectives and opinions consistently. If you wish to provide testimony virtually, please join the queue by raising your hand on Microsoft Teams, or callers can use the *5 option to raise or lower their hand, and use either their phone microphone button or the *6 combination to mute or unmute. Please state your name for the record, and please speak directly into the phone and limit your comments to 2 minutes. Do we have any callers?
Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. I thought it went down. Kalina Plath with the Finance Department has collected the written testimony that has come to the city. Kalina, is there any written comment?
There are no written comments today.
Thank you. All right, we'll now move to in-person public testimony. There's no one here. I feel so abandoned right now. Yes. Everyone bring a buddy next time. All right, no public comments in person. We have no callers. Is there any video public comment? No?
Chair, there were no requests for a video comment.
Thank you. All right. Well, if there were people here today, I'd use this opportunity to thank all community members who have made public comment. But unfortunately, we don't have any. If you do have public testimony or questions that did not get answered today or that arise from today, please do know that we will be accepting public comment at our subsequent meetings on May 14th and on May 20th. The same options will be available: written comment, call-in, video, and in person. So please, I encourage you as chair to take advantage of those opportunities to be involved as part of the budget process, and we will consider your comments once they are made to as part of our deliberations. Yes, I think that would be. Thank you, Leah. We do have some open houses coming up where we will be receiving, the finance city teammates will be going out into the community in order to engage with the public about the budget and solicit feedback. I do not have those dates memorized offhand.
Perhaps someone from the city could share some more information. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So we are holding a community outreach next week on April 30th at noon at the library. And then we have an evening session available on May 1st, the next day at 5 o'clock, also in the library. And we are coining this Coffee Meets Budget. And there will be coffee available.
Coffee Meets Budget, you said? That's the combination I've been waiting for a long time. Yes, all right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the plug. Since we have, unfortunately, no public comment at this time, we will move to the next item, which is community priorities funding. After this is our break for lunch, so I propose we just move right into community priorities funding, which will be done by City Manager Reimer and team.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thanks to everyone for a great conversation so far. So this is a point now where we shift into what are the investments that we're proposing this year, highlighting those under the council's priorities, the community's priorities, our diversity, equity, and inclusion for belonging priorities. I will walk through each of them. We have our teammates here as well as obviously joining us virtually. If you have questions, I'll try to do my best. Otherwise, we'll have the respective department help answer some of those questions as well. Lunch is planned for noon, so we'll see what we get through, but we plan on continuing this conversation after lunch as well, so there's no rush on asking at this point. So to start, the previous slide was about the City Council's goals that are right above Joe's head there as well on the wall, a reminder of what they are, and they really drive a lot of what we're focusing on. As I mentioned earlier, it's not the only thing that drives what we work on. Our Racial Equity Action Plan, our Community Promise System Plans, strategic plans are all part of this. And as we bring these forward, the team has done a really good job making sure that we're mindful of those and the investments that we're making. The majority of these are new investments. Will be a few things that we're talking about that we're continuing, so you're aware of it that's in the budget, but other ones will be new investments into our organization or community. So the first one is under our DEI-B. We are planning to continue some of our successful programs, initiatives that we've had the last few years. Our Pride Parade and Celebration, Juneteenth, El Tigre, are all part of some of the funding we have in there. New for this year is a recommendation to expand our bilingual incentive program. Our leadership team prioritized this as something that we should be looking at, a way to advance our Racial Equity Action Plan, thanks to our Human Resources team for the work that they've done. And so the recommendation, as you can see here, is to expand the languages that we're recognizing, as well as expand the teammates that are eligible, and so it includes all teammates now, and so we think that's an important thing, the value that individuals bring to this organization and community. We always want people to feel like they belong, and language is a big part of that. We've heard that in some of the equitable engagement conversations that we've had, or the community navigator, where language came up often in the subcommittee that was working on it. Councilor Singh was on that as well as others, and so the recommendation in this area is to expand that program, and all operating funds, this would equate to just under $110,000 annually. So now we'll move into some of the council's specific goals. The first one is to reduce houselessness, and you can see here the outcomes that the council identified in 2023 that we're trying to achieve through our efforts. So the first one is a new position. This is a limited duration position of 2 years. It's really something for us to pilot. I was extremely happy that Halstead and her team came back with this recommendation. They brought it forward last year's cycle. We were not able to fund it then, but this was a high priority for us as the library team came back, and really looking at how we expand our services and our systems and our support for not only our teammates, also our community members. Specifically at the library. And so this is a library social services coordinator teammate. This is a general fund expense of $133,000, though it's what we're recommending is the pandemic relief fund is used during this pilot period to fund this. And then if it is successful and meets the outcomes that we're trying to achieve, which we'll be developing, that we would potentially be coming back then and making this a regular position that would then be funded through the year, through the general fund, and primarily through the funding mechanisms that we talked about for the library. So if you put this in context, what's happened here, just a few short years ago, as cities and communities were becoming much more engaged in serving their entire community, meaning those that are experiencing houselessness as well, we first asked our library director, our police chief, and assistant city manager to really spearhead that effort, in addition to leading major departments in our organization. With this position and some of the other work that we've done, we'll be upwards of 5 FTEs, and I'm going to talk about a few more, really focused on working regionally, as we've talked about, working at a state level, and working directly with our community to support our entire community, and specifically our unhoused residents. This is just one more piece of that and how it fits into what we're trying to do as an organization and what we're trying to do as a region to address houselessness.
Oh no, I was looking at how much we had in the pandemic relief fund, since you mentioned that would be the funding source for this, which is page 414 for everyone. Otherwise, I had no questions. Feel free.
I
to
can move on,
continue.
and then we can come back as we have conversation.
I think since there are a few slides on each topic, it may be good just to pause at the end of it and just have an opportunity for questions like we've been doing.
Perfect. That'd be great. So very similar to the position that I just talked about at the library is the city-county liaison teammate. So this was just recently approved by the City Council, IGA, an intergovernmental agreement that we have with Washington County. We are the organization that will be hiring this teammate and really supervising and managing. It's in partnership with the county as well as Tualatin and Sherwood. And so we are receiving $200,000 annually through the Supportive Housing Services, or SHS funds, to support this position. I talked about the network that we're building, the support system, the previous position. This position is part of that as well. Our Strategic Initiatives Manager, Kim Mazel, will be the one overseeing this position and working in partnership with others throughout the region. The next is the Strategic Initiatives Program Manager teammate. So we brought this position forward a couple of years ago to really start helping us support many efforts that we have, and really called it the Strategic Initiatives Program Manager because of the things that, in this case, Kim is working on, from our houselessness efforts to some of the conversations we've had around the charter, through other regional conversations that are occurring and will be occurring. We believe it's appropriate to convert this position to a regular full-time employee rather than a limited duration as it was. Currently, it's funded through the Pandemic Relief Fund, but like the other position I talked about for the library, this would move into a general fund or central services support that had to be determined in the future budgets, depending what the work of the Strategic Initiatives Program Manager is at the time. So we really believe the leadership as well as the capacity is needed to make sure that we are participating in the many conversations that are occurring not only around houselessness but around other topics as well that impact Tigard.
Are there any questions or comments regarding the reduced houselessness goal? Leah Voigt?
Yeah, I was curious if you could talk to us a little bit more for the library social services coordinator position. I fully support this. I'm excited about this opportunity. I'm curious in terms of the decision of having it be a staff member that's hired by Tigard versus contracting with a local community nonprofit, for example, that we would pay them. The position would hopefully do similar things, like would be a dedicated position, but would be you know, in an organization that already specializes in those kind of tasks.
Thank you so much for the question. The model that you're describing was one that we have pursued in the past, and we have been unable to sustain it because of so much turnover in our community partner organizations. We tried it with Home Plate, and before that with Just Compassion, and we were unable to even have somebody at the library one day a month to sustain it. So this approach is one that has been used by many other libraries in the country, including San Francisco Public Library, where I worked when that person was hired, their very first social worker. This would not be a social worker, I want to be very clear. This would be a social services coordinator position, although this person, we're examining models in which this person could actually be involved with social workers in the area, so they would have the ability to be supervised by not only library staff, but also people to give them guidance about best practices and help them professionally develop in that area. But of course, we would have preferred to do more of a partnership opportunity, and it just did not pan out for us. And now we're at the point where the need is here, and we need to explore a different model.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, Mayor Lube.
Yeah, I want to, well, first respond to that, and then I have some questions. The interesting thing is it's already happening at the library. I have heard countless stories, including when we officially opened A Bridge to Home, of individuals who had been living in their cars, and they just so happened to be told, go see so-and-so at the library. They can help get you connected to get into housing. And that's exactly what happened. And so I think what it's doing is we are absolutely providing that services, but it's also meaning that our library patrons aren't getting that time, and that position is being overstretched. And I honestly, it is, our library has turned much more into a community center than I think just providing books and access. So I wanted to give that context that I think it's already happening. But we also want to make sure that our library is fully staffed to be able to do what they want to do, on top of helping our individuals. I think my questions also are specifically a little bit more about the Pandemic Relief Fund. And, you know, page 414 is really helpful, but what I would also actually appreciate is like a line-by-line explanation of like what those expenses are and what's going in and out, rather than just these big buckets. Because again, I think, you know, the position turning full-time, regular for Kim is absolutely yes, but since it went through 2025, is it then proposed that this fiscal year that pandemic relief funds are still supporting it, or is it being put back into pandemic relief funds and now the regular general fund is supporting it? I think there's just a lot of things that aren't very clear. And also, you know, I think there was, at least earlier in the book, like $350,000 being proposed to support houselessness expenses. Is that in addition to what was done last year, a new $350,000? Is that being done by pandemic funds? I think I have a lot of questions about where the city is choosing to prioritize the spending of pandemic funds line by line, just so we can have the conversation if that's in line. I mean, I made some suggestions earlier this year, like when we went through the huge ice storm, that it would be a great use of funds to reimburse individuals for their deductibles, right? Because most of the people were individuals in apartment complexes who were having to pay deductibles for their insurance, and that didn't end up really going anywhere, but I liked the flexibility of us being able to reach our most vulnerable community members too. But it also, you know, reserve for future expenses goes completely to zero this year, so that leaves us no flexibility and no budget choice on where those funds are going. So I'd like, I think, a better explanation of line by line what's going through here, and then based on previous kind of, again, like Kim's position, is it being funded by pandemic funds that are moved into general fund, and the true cost is going to be in 26? What does that actually look like? That would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mayor. Those are all good points and questions. So we'll follow up at the next meeting with that detail. I can tell you the intent and where we're planning to invest them is very consistent with when we first established it through the council in terms of the environment, houselessness, but absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up.
Councilor Hu?
Thank you. A couple questions and comments. I do not need response right away necessarily. Going back to the dual language incentive program, I just want a little bit more information on the language proficiency level. You know, who qualifies for the 3% increase? Does that person have to be be able to carry out a normal, effortless conversation with our community member, or do they just have to be able to read a pamphlet? Again, and then this. Oh, so there's a response now. Okay, that's fine. Great, you're prepared. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Curran, the interim HR and risk director. So with the bilingual program, the plan is to extend it to the 8 commonly recognized languages within the area that Washington County, City of Portland, and other jurisdictions recognize. And the level of proficiency is expected to be at, I believe, what they call the intermediate level, which is able to carry on a conversation and conduct business with that language skill. And we have testing that will occur along with it, in addition to having an expectation that this isn't something that is awarded just because you happen to speak the language, but the language needs to be used as part of your work with the City of Tigard.
That's very helpful. The second question goes back to the social service coordinator. I'm just wondering, what would that person's typical hour be like? Like, what would be the most efficient or optimal use of that his or her or their time at the library? Like 5 days a week, 6 days a week?
Thank you for the question. So that person would be working a full-time schedule of 5 days a week, but we would have a mixture of daytime, evening, and weekend shifts. And the daytime shifts, obviously, to be able to have overlap with our community partners and make sure that that person can connect people with the services that they might need. But also, the library is open 4 days a week till 8 p.m. And sometimes people need help after business hours. Also on the weekends, we're a 7-day-a-week operation, and we would want our community members to be supported on the weekends as well. So what we'll use is a combination of our statistics that show how many people are coming into the library during which times on which days, and a combination of our what we call incident reports. We have an incident reporting system at the library, and our person in charge team fills out incident reports whenever we have interactions with people, behavioral issues, and also other high needs patrons, and we can pull out that data and determine which days of the week and which times would be most useful.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And just one last comment, I'm very excited about the additional community service officer. I was telling our city manager that I learned from our community academy about what our CSO is doing currently, how she's dealing or helping our houseless population. And I was going to ask him, are we going to get another one? And voila, here is another one. So great job. I fully support it. So thank you.
Thank you. I have one question. Last year, one of the announcements related to this goal was the creation of a houselessness budget, which was its own separate budget within the engagement and innovation program. This year, it looks like it was renamed Strategic Initiatives. That's at least sort of the detective work I could figure out. I'm just curious what led to that decision, and if it in fact is renamed, if it has a broader scope than just providing houselessness service sort of targeted projects, or funding, I should say.
So that so the scope for that division currently encompasses I'd say the majority of the houselessness program, but there are a few other scopes of work that have been included in there. So one, just as an example, this last year, the charter review, facilitating the charter review committee, and that process was also involved in the scope of work for that division.
Okay. City Manager Reimer? Oh, no. Okay. That's good to know, and I think it makes sense just for flexibility going forward, because of course sort of strategic focuses of the city will change over time. So instead of having it just called houselessness, as long as we understand that that is where that funding comes from and operationally where that comes out of, that's good to know. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the houselessness topics? If not, let's proceed with addressing climate change.
Just about approaching lunch, but I think this is one we can get through, and then if there's additional questions afterwards, until we get into the next ones where there's a lot more information. So first thing is, one of the key things we did at the beginning was allocate, I believe, $1 million of the pandemic relief fund to our climate efforts. So we went through our analysis, and we've done a few other things, so we're recommending we continue that. We have not expended the dollars to the point where I think we thought we would by this point, and Kenny's here as well. And so it's really carrying those forward. This would be part of the information that Mayor Lube has already asked for. We'll show this as well in that information. A lot of it's focused on ourselves within the within the community. The budget committee, the council has asked that we really lead by example in the things that we're doing, both in our operations and our fleet, et cetera, and then looking at how we engage with our community in different ways. And so if you have specific questions, our community development director, Kenny Asher, is here as well. He can talk to you about some of the efforts that we have ongoing with our community. We just had a conversation with the council on April 6th, I believe, in this room, talking about some of those efforts as well. So we'd be happy to talk through those. And then the second thing is to talk about the heat pump program that I mentioned. We're really excited about this. I believe we're the first community in Washington County for sure, and maybe one of the first in the region to move forward with the heat pump cash-in program, which is now live. Last I heard, we had 29 applications. I'm assuming it's probably a little higher at this point. So the community is already aware of it. The community is embracing it and taking advantage of this program. What's important to understand, this is fully supported through the Oregon Department of Energy. So when you see the $132,000 that's in the budget, it is fully supported by a revenue coming in. And so ours is just paying it up front and then being reimbursed after those expenses occur. So we will continue with our promotions and awareness to our community. We really have a focus, the equity lens that we talked about using at all times. There very much is a focus on residents in our community that may need more assistance in this area. To date, the applications we're getting are tracking right with what our goals are. So the word's getting out to the people that need the assistance. Tina from our economic development team is spending a lot of time in this area, and she's probably a big reason why a lot of the awareness is there. It's just that's really one of her skill sets, is engaging with our community and making sure they're aware of opportunities. So we're excited about this. It's not really a budget decision, but we wanted to highlight it because it does demonstrate, I think, a few things. One is we're continuing to try to be on that leading edge of some of the things we're doing. It demonstrates that we're continually trying to leverage resources. Many things that I talked about in houselessness are leveraging resources from the federal government, regional funds, state funds. The same is happening here, where it's not always Tigard specific revenues that we've talked about, but how are there other opportunities? How do we move forward with them, and how do we lead and demonstrate that these programs are possible and make a difference? So, like I said, Kenny is here to share more about either of the things I just talked about, and these are the two things we wanted to highlight in the climate goal that we have. So,
thank you. So one clarifying question for the heat pump cash-in program is just a technical question. So an individual or a household applies for the program. The city decides that they qualify and will get financial assistance. Then the city of Tigard is issuing a check to them, which the Oregon Department of Energy is reimbursing after the fact. Is that how the cash flow works in that program?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Unless you want me. Okay. So for this program, the way it works is so a contractor who performs the work, they're the ones that actually get reimbursed by the city. There is a process in which the program is validated that the system was installed and that they meet certain requirements. And then after that piece, the Oregon Department of Energy is actually using a different organization as the intermediary to hold these funds, and so the funds are reserved with the intermediary when we've given the approval that they meet the requirements to be reimbursed by this program. And so then the city will reimburse the contractor, and then we'll submit a request from the intermediary to receive the funds.
Thank you. And I, for one, would like a little bit more of an explanation around the $875,000 pandemic relief fund appropriation that's being proposed, just because I remember that was a topic that we talked about last year. It was a subject of public comment around it, so I'd just love to hear some of the specific examples that are entailed by those activities. Mayor Lube, is that your question in response to that, or not separate? Okay, I just I know we're at lunch almost, but that's a request I have.
Kenny, do you want to speak to some of the things that are happening at our level right now? And we may need to follow up with some additional information too.
Sure. I guess it's good afternoon now, everybody. Kenny Asher, Community Development Director. We've actually left those funds largely intact. What we have relied on them for are a couple of contracts, one sort of a medium-sized professional service contract and one very small. The medium-sized one is for actually IRA tax credit and other financial incentive assistance. This is with a professional in the region who is really done a lot of work around low-income housing tax credits. Somebody that I know through that business, and asked if he might be able to help us figure out how we could get reimbursement for the electric vehicles that we purchased last year. Those are eligible for reimbursement even to non-tax paying entities like cities under the Inflation Reduction Act. That's brand new. It's a little complicated, I would say, and so having somebody who can help us step through the process of getting some money back for things that we've already done, thought was a good investment, but also somebody who can help us figure out how we can take advantage of the IRA, the bipartisan infrastructure law, and all the other programs that are out there. He also just happens to be a development person who has been really helpful in having us think through this microgrid idea that we've talked to you about and other ways that we can just put money behind this goal. So that's the medium-sized contract. I think it's a $70,000 contract. The smaller one is with the Oregon Clean Power Cooperative. This is like a $15,000 contract. That's a group that installs solar and community solar on buildings for the benefit of communities. They've done this at Oregon State. They have a project. They've got projects around the state and have learned who those guys are, and we're working on our library project. We're thinking of, I've been approached by downtown owners who want to solarize their buildings. So we don't have anybody on the team who knows how to do that, and so that's a group that we ran into that is also being funded with these funds. But other than that, very small amount to update our climate action report to see if we can figure out how we're trending on emissions, and that's about it.
And those PSAs, the $70,000 and $15,000 amounts, those are just one-time costs regardless of how the funds are released, right?
Correct.
Okay.
They could be renewed or extended or amended. If we find that there's a lot of value add there, we might want to keep going, but those are not seen as recurrent expenses.
Excellent, thank you. Mayor Lube?
Yeah, I guess mine was just a clarifying question, and I feel like you answered it, but I just want to ask it black and white. Last year, we allocated $1 million. The $875 you're talking about is from that million. So we've used the 125 with some of these contracts, and so we're just anticipating to use those funds already reserved and set aside in this next fiscal year. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mention the largest chunk of that 125 that took it from $1 million to $875 was the climate action report that Sustainable Solutions Group finished in 2022. And so this fund paid for that report, and that's where the rest of that balance is.
All right, Councilor Wolf.
I'll go fast on the pandemic dollars. I know we set aside on the revolving loan, but is there a deadline? We have a zero budget targeted for 25, but they need to be spent by the end of the fiscal year. Is that correct?
Could you clarify what you mean by deadline? Sorry.
Timing with when the feds started the program. So I can speak to that. So it was yes. So then when the council made the decision to use it as revenue replacement, that really removed the deadlines. Though at the same time, I think to some of the questions that are coming up in the request for information, we're trying to be true to the purpose of the funds and still trying to spend them accordingly. It really, in some communities you could just put them right in your general fund and use them however you like. That's why we developed the pandemic relief fund, so we could track them and stay true to why we receive the dollars and not just use them for anything, if you will.
Okay, because I think, thank you for clarifying, because what I couldn't, out of the big bucket, was there a chunk that was revenue replacement and then chunks that had a date that had to be expended. And so that's where I was trying to get clarity.
Yeah, so it's 100% revenue replacement.
The only thing I would add is that is why we are calling them pandemic relief dollars, because that is the fund we put them in, and they are not ARPA funds, right? Because we replaced the revenue, but we still set it aside, saying as a community we want to use them as pandemic relief funds. So it's a small change in verbiage, but I think it's indicative to what the city actually did.
Yeah.
And just for background for everyone, if you're not following this conversation, a couple of years ago, as the federal government tried to make this as efficient as possible a process, that's when they put in the ability up to $10 million. Any community that received up to $10 million could just adopt that resolution that said we're using it for revenue replacement. We still have some reporting requirements, I believe, but I think we're down to the last report that we need to provide to the federal government.
Yes, the last report was submitted last week.
Excellent. Are there any other questions or comments related to the climate change actions? Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I mean, I have a question, but I think it can wait after we go through all of the goals and priorities.
Sounds good. Councillor Hu?
Yeah, I think it's great to have the incentive program promoted by Tina, but I'm just wondering what other promotion we are doing to help homeowner or realize current, energy efficient measures that it can take advantage at a discounted rate.
On this program or on any and all programs?
Because on Earth Day, I noticed that PGE have a really special sales on a bunch of small thermostat that's very, very cheap, and I just didn't see the city really promoting it on the social media side. So I'm just wondering if we more people like Tina, or just what kind of incentive program Tina is promoting or the city is promoting other than heat pumps.
Well, we send people to the Energy Trust of Oregon, which is kind of your base for energy efficient home incentives. As new ones come along and we learn about them, we will use all the channels that you're used to seeing us use. She has her network. Judy Martin is going to be tabling this summer. We now have a newsletter that we didn't have even 3 months ago, thanks to Joanne Bengtson and Judy Martin, that goes out to anybody who wants to hear what's going on in the city with climate. Social media through our comms teams, and I think there's a Tiger Life story coming. So nothing too innovative in how we're doing it, but I think if you're asking what's the menu, we're open. We'll share anything that we think can help here, and it's possible we just didn't know about that one.
Thank you.
So just maybe a final comment in this area and how we're addressing climate change. Yes, we'll take many more Tinas to that point. Tina's awesome, as well as many other teammates are here. I shared the story of how we have really built our system to work with those experiencing houselessness, supporting our entire community. Climate is that other spot. One thing we don't have is really, we have a department head that's leading the effort. We have a lot of our, teammates within community development, other areas of the organization doing what they can. But we, at this point, we have not brought forward a recommendation for, environmental services coordinator, whatever the position would be. So it is something I think we need to be mindful of. Just like houselessness services, this is something that we're going to be focused on forever, and how we really, how we lead in this area. So something for the budget committee, council, ourselves, to talk through of how do we sustain this moving forward. I think we're doing a good job getting it off the ground, but we're going to look at how we sustain this, our efforts into the future, because it takes a lot of effort, as you might know. Just the heat pump program, I'm learning, Tina's putting a lot of time in on that, and rightfully so, because it's something we're getting off the ground, but it does consume the time for other things that we want to do in the economic development area as well. So we can talk about that throughout this process or at other times as we look at sustaining this service.
Thank you, and I want to thank the committee for their engagement on these topics so far. I think it's appropriate now that we break for lunch, and we can return to any houselessness or climate change action topics afterwards. Lunch was originally scheduled for 12 o'clock. It's 12:07. Would everyone like to still have a 30-minute time frame and come back at 12:40ish or so? Perfect. See you all at 12:40. All right, everyone. We will get started with the second half of our agenda today. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Our lunch today was generously provided by Wow Cow, which is a local business in the area, and I can say they have excellent food, and we would like to thank them for their catering today. We left off in a discussion about community priorities funding. We discussed houselessness and climate change before we went to lunch, and we will be moving on to the third council goal, which is modernize and improve city services. That said, if there are any questions about DEIB, houselessness, and climate change, we will have time at the end of this section to revisit any of those topics if the committee is interested. City Manager Reimer.
There we go. Thanks. Well, hopefully everyone enjoyed the lunch. Our food carts and the launch pods, as well as our Opportunity Cafe at the library, I think are some of our greatest success stories here. So it's nice that we're supporting our entrepreneurs in this community and with awesome food. So from a time standpoint, we're really close to being right on time. From a slide standpoint, you're seeing this is number 85 of 125. So we've made a lot of progress in the morning. So just to give you a perspective of where we're at and what we're planning to share. This next area, the Modernize and Improve City Services, is a significant part of what we've been focusing on throughout the organization. Two of the key outcomes when the council established this goal for the community was the Total Tyler project that we have going, so we'll talk about that, as well as facility modernization, though there's much more that we're going to talk about in this area as well. So with that, I will proceed and just kind of look for the cues to pause. So the first one is within our Human Resources Department. So there's a few facts I'm going to share in this section that really kind of caught me off guard almost even. And one of them was looking back to 2014, our organization has grown by about 40%, and our human resource team has not grown. And I always forget, I haven't looked if we either grew by 0.2 or we decreased by 0.2, but basically we've been stagnant since 2014. So why is that important? As we grow as an organization, as the complexities of the regulations, laws, and rules that we have to follow, we need a team, we need capacity, and we need strong teammates that can support that work. And so I was pleased when Jennifer and team came forward with a couple positions and another strategy on how we do support our teammates. So the first one is the Human Resources Business Partner teammate. We already have human resources business partners in this organization, and so this is really adding the capacity of another teammate who can focus on the areas here, the talent acquisition, some of our professional development and training, as well as policy development work. Things we may not always talk about, but are extremely important to what we do day in and day out, and how all of our operating departments are supported in our 350 plus teammates. And so as the gateway into our organization, we really think it's important that we have the teammates here to really support everyone and support our community in the way that they can. The next one, if I can move to, because they're somewhat partners but independent of each other, is the Human Resources Management Analyst teammate, is adding a management analyst as well to once again serve as that partner for our operating departments and really focus on some of our retention. We have a lot of training needs that we need to get picking up on here, our onboarding, and even the succession planning and thinking about what does this organization look like in the future. How do we make sure that we have people that are ready for promotional opportunities? How do we hire in great teammates as well? And then the third piece of our human resources recommendations is our paid leave management support. So I already mentioned the complexities of what we are responsible to oversee. Our continuing increase, and most recently Paid Leave Oregon is something new. It's not uncommon for organizations either to be bringing in additional teammates to support this work, or looking at working with a third party that can help us as well. And so we have started down the path of this one rather than waiting till the budget, just because we have so much work going on. But I wanted to bring it to your attention that there's those three key areas in human resources that we think will really change our ability to support our team and to make sure that we're doing the things that are required of us as a human resources organization. So maybe I can pause there since there's 3 of them already and answer any questions, or Jennifer can join us as well.
Yes, are there any questions on these topics? Cool. If not, we can proceed then.
All right. So the next one is in our facility modernization area, so our police and public works facility. As many of you may know, the city council approved the purchase of 9.5 acres on Wall Street, right across from our dog park in that area, to be the new home for police and a joint police and public works facility. That was contingent on a successful due diligence process. Thanks to Brian over here for his leadership in that, and working with others in this room and other consultants. We are literally just about home on this. We have to make our final decision by Tuesday on if we are planning to proceed with the purchase. I can tell you what we've learned to date, that it's looking very promising, that we will have the land. And so that was one of the key outcomes that the council was looking for within this 2-year period, was to acquire the land, because that's something that we've been working on for, Brian, Bob, 20-some years maybe, I don't know, off and on, forever. Yeah, I think as Chief McDonald said when he first got here, he was told we were going to have a new facility, and that was 22, 23 years ago now. So just as one example, I think Brian's office was looking at some of the portables when you first got here that are still here today. So just to really put it in context. So we're extremely excited. I think the organization can see that, hey, maybe this is something that's going to start to materialize. And so the next step in this is, not slowing down, but now focusing on, so now what? Some of our assessment has been, can both of these fit on the site? And we've gone through that work with a local architecture firm, and it's yes. And so now it's starting to pull together a team that can really help us design and start thinking through all the major things that we need to bring in expertise of someone that has gone through a process like this before. And so within our CIP, we have $1 million budgeted. And when Joe presents the CIP, if there's anything else you want to add, please do so. Or if it's appropriate to join in now, feel free as well. And then within our central services, we've budgeted another $150,000 really for our community engagement portion of this. It's going to require a new revenue, and so regardless, it's important that our community understands why we need this. The current condition of our facilities, I think we've done a good job already with police tours, some of the videos that have been done. I know the council, especially our new councilors, as you joined us, we brought you on tours right away just to see the conditions at Public Works and our police department. But our community also needs to know that. We need to be very upfront, open, transparent about the need, what we're striving to do, and then ultimately what potential ask of the community may be. So I think that was the only slide for this. I can pause if we want on this one since it's such a significant item as well.
Yes. One question on my end. I recall at the city council meeting in October, where we also had a budget committee meeting, the city council was asked for approval or feedback on different designs for the Nick Wilson Memorial Plaza. There were a couple design options presented. I'm wondering if the city council will have similar feedback or approval on building designs for this facility or not.
Absolutely, the council's going to be engaged and involved. What that means, that's why we're bring the team in, lay out the process. What are the touch points with the council? What are the key kind of policy level decisions that we have? But I'm sure there's going to be thoughts and ideas and I know the mayor has shared some already, just about overall thoughts. But we'll be engaging everyone. This is ultimately, the council is building this on behalf of us for the community, and so there'll be a big piece of the conversation.
Cool. Are there any other questions or comments? All right. Oh, Leah Voigt.
Sorry, can I jump back to HR? It took me a second to find my notes.
Absolutely.
In the budget so is it section 1100 on page 74 of the budget document, there's a section that's for insurance risk management. Oh, sorry, it's section 1200. For insurance risk management, that drops down to 0 FTEs for this next year. But maybe I need to pull that back up.
Leah, would you be able to repeat the page number, please?
Yes, it's page 74.
74, thank you.
Document. From point 3 to 0? I believe that's when it dropped to 0 FTEs last year. Yeah. Sorry, I apparently didn't read all my. No, yes. And there was something I have a note that's like, why did something jump up so big? Yeah, well, since you know I have it, there's more not checking all my notes. And then I think the other questions were for like, for legal fees and for, yeah. Yes, thank you. So for insurance risk management unit, budget unit 1200, for the, so the professional contractual, I guess just double checking that the $35,000 is that the FMLA paid leave Oregon that you talked about, and then just the legal fees jumping to for this year to $150,000 and for next year $250,000, and then also seeing things like the insurance numbers being really high for 2024, and the position dropping from I guess it would have been last year from 0.3 to 0 for 2024 revised, and next year for 2025 proposed staying at 0. Sorry, that was a lot of questions.
Yeah, thanks for those. So we have both Kalina and Jennifer that can help provide some insight. So I'm not sure who wants to start.
Do you want to start first and I'll fill in anywhere?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jennifer Curran. I'm the risk manager for the city. So I think you've got a couple of different questions there. So we'll start with the FTE. There's actually 3 budget centers that you might be looking at. One is for human resources is 1,100, 600, 1,100. Risk management is 600, 1,200, and then the insurance fund is 660, 1,200. And so we had a portion of our assistant was previously paid for out of the insurance fund, and because of the complexities of doing that, we moved that FTE out of the insurance fund and into the risk management division fund, and that was a year ago, I believe. So that's probably what you're seeing there. And then you had a question regarding regarding the paying for the
paid leave.
Thank you. Let me take the proposed answer part and just ask the question. So for the professional and contractual in the section 1200 with the insurance fund risk management, it goes 0 from 2023 and 2022, and then this current year goes to 35,000, and next year 2025 proposed is 35,000 as well, and just I guess wanting some clarification about what that is.
Okay, is that in the 660? Okay. That would be great.
Yeah, Leah, if I am pulling this up, I can answer your other question in regards to the legal fees. So that is in the insurance fund. Some of that's budgeted there is if we need this. It may not be something that we 100% plan to expend, but we have to look at all costs as if this were to occur, what do we have that? And the insurance fund is one of those special funds where no one else is taking money out of that budget. So we don't need to be as tight on those reins and get it down to the exact. If we have the propensity that something may happen, we want to go ahead and put that in just in case. And so that's where we had that increase there, is that it's not something that we believe is absolutely going to happen in this fund, but we were looking at the what if could happen here. And with that what if, we increase the legal fees in that fund, because no one else is going to not have the money available to them. This is a revolving fund. It only takes care of this one division. So that's where that increase was added into this fund. Did you want to add?
Yep, just to add, and I believe part of the conversation was when you go to the city attorney's fund, we had talked with Shelby as well, so we were looking at where are we expensing our different legal fees. We thought it was appropriate to move some of them from the city attorney's fund that went down in legal fees, it's not the exact dollar amount, into the insurance fund because of the appropriateness of what the claims could be about. So that was just an additional part to that.
Thank you.
And for the other portion, the $35,000, that's a consultant for risk assessment that was added in last year. I think the other part of your question was talking about, like, with the paid leave, was that talking about the system? No? Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, let's move to the next portion of the slide deck, which is, I believe, our Tyler ERP project. It's a tradition for the Budget Committee. We have to mention Tyler at least once, and this is that time. We need to have budget bingo cards next year, I feel like, with Tyler on it.
For me personally, I can tell you when you say the word Tyler now, I have a much different reaction because of where we're at. I think we were kidding around before. We were in a position of trying to, make this major implementation, and we weren't quite certain on how we were getting there. And so we have found our path, which is great. And so we want to bring you up to speed on that, from a financial standpoint, but also some additional information. So also at the April 6th meeting that I referred to when Kenny shared about some of our climate work, our previous IT director, Maya, sat right over there and shared information about T2 or Tyler as well. And so if we step back to last year, you may recall a few months before the Budget Committee, we had paused not the entire project, but we brought in some experts to do an assessment. We've been a couple years into it, and they came in with their experience from other organizations and provided us an assessment of a path forward. From that assessment, then we came to the Budget Committee last year and recommended an additional $900,000 to the Tyler project to help fund the capacity that we needed. We learned a lot of things from that assessment. One of them was we needed expertise, capacity, project leadership were all some of the key things to make sure that we understood where we were going. From there, Maya joined the organization as the IT director, came in and really worked with our functional leads, worked with the leadership team and others to develop our path forward, what we're calling the roadmap for Tyler. And so we'll touch base on a few of those things as well as we work through this. Today we'll focus on some of the budget, but we'll try to fill in some other blanks so you understand how we're making progress. It's exciting because last year we were still anticipating going live with some modules. This year we can say we have gone live with some modules. Finance was our first one, and it is a very powerful tool we're learning. Once we are able to build it, test it, and then go live, there's a lot of information in that. The second one we just went live with, are we in our second payroll now? Second pay period, or just finished our second pay period? Of our time and attendance system, which is another key one. Obviously all of them are important, but I can tell you, at least where I sit, time and attendance and having it work right away is as important as any of them, because our teammates are working, and if they don't get a paycheck, that would be an issue. But we didn't have that problem, right? There's some things along the way, but we're working through a few, I'm gonna call them minor, but they're important items, but we have gone live with that as well. And so over the course of the next year or so, we're gonna be going live with many other modules. We can share additional information from our April 6th report if you would like to see some of that. But our next significant one is our utility billing. So this will be the first one that now touches our community, if you will. And so the change management piece of this is extremely important for us internally. It's extremely important for our community. You're going to start seeing a lot more awareness as we ramp up those efforts. I can tell you that the customer experience team that's working on this has put in significant amount of hours, Nicole and many others, to make sure our utility billing system will be ready to go. Is it August? August, September? Yeah. September, October. So anticipate that. It's going to take a multiple month lead up, as you know, testing the system. As importantly, though, is really making sure that our community is ready for a change in their utility billing. There's some complexities because many of us, including myself, get your bill electronically. And so how do we communicate with them versus, the traditional flyers that we put in the bills that people do open up. So we're just making sure that we're thinking all the different ways. We've talked to our one of our commissions, CCE. We've also are going to, or we did talk with, who are we talking to? WAB, Water Advisory Board, about it as well. So we're trying to get engaged from our committees to help us understand how to communicate. I think that's all important because as we talk about the dollars, it's important to understand what are these dollars paying for. And so I'm going to move into that part, go through the few slides, and then happy to answer any questions. And if we need to follow up, we can, as well as I said, maybe share that other slide deck that might help fill in some of the blanks. So for fiscal year 25, we are recommending overall a $2.43 million investment in Tyler. What we can't do is compare this to the 900,000. So in your minds, don't think we're going from 900,000 to 2.43. We're actually at about 2.3 something this year total because we brought in the additional 900,000. And so I'll show you in a previous or a future slide how this all lays out over the multiple years of T2. We wanted to show you where this project's being funded from. So the general fund, building fund, central services, which is the one that's allocated throughout, as well as our IT replacement and public works admin. So some of the things that were really part of the assessment and then the roadmap work that I mentioned is last year we came to you and said we need to prioritize T2. It's on the council's goal and the outcomes, and to get there it's going to require resources and a commitment and dedication. I can tell you that the leadership team sitting in the room next door, I've had multiple conversations and we all agreed this has to be a priority and we have to find a way to get this done. And working together is one of the key ways of getting there. Having the capacity and the resources is another key part of that. So last year we prioritized it, and we also have it prioritized in the next 2-year budgets, which I'm going to show you here in a few seconds. And then another important part was just how we're structured from a governance standpoint. And so not only the roadmap of the implementation of each module, but how the leadership team is part of it, how the project sponsor is part of it, how our advisory team of those directors that are directly involved in the modules going live, and then how the many teammates that are functional leads are involved with at the department level, as well as our IT teammates that are helping provide some of the leadership and a lot of the work to make it happen as well. And I'll talk to some of the key buckets. Oops, wrong slideshow. So we talked about the roadmap. We talked about the different services we need. So the funding of Tyler really is in, I call them 4 different buckets. And so the 4 buckets are the actual contract that we have with Tyler Technologies. It's a 10-year contract. The consultant support that is needed on a short-term basis, right? Kind of to the question earlier with the library position. There's a role for having teammates doing some of the work. There's a role for having consultants doing some of the work. So we have funds being invested there. We have legacy systems. So the systems that we're using to date continue to have some expenses. And so we're accounting for those in this. What we've tried to do is bring everything together so we can see the true cost of the Tyler implementation. And then the last is the internal FTE support. So we have many limited duration, what we call positions, that are focused on Tyler. And so it's to allow our teammates that have other responsibilities to be involved in Tyler, but also have people that are here focused just in certain departments, which is many of the departments, not all, have people backfilling to help support that. So those are the 4 areas that we are investing our funds. The City Council also recently made a couple decisions. It was right after the meeting on the 6th, on April 9th. We brought forward some amendments to cover the entire, what we think is the multi-year, 10-year look and what it's going to cost. We included $230,000 in contingency in that. Interesting, that's primarily the money that we thought we were going to be using for the travel part of Tyler, but with the pandemic and the way we're working now, Tyler doesn't really have a lot of, if any, travel expenses. So looking at using that as a potential contingency if needed. And then we also rolled in our our credit card fees that will start to be a cost with the Tyler system that are now in the legacy systems. And so it's really just moving it from where they are today with our different systems and the vendors we're paying to just one spot. So what does this mean from a budget standpoint again? So if you look at this chart, this is what I was referencing a couple times and where the circle is. So you can see the fiscal year 24 on the left of the peak, if you will. That's this year's expense, and then mention that it's just slightly higher this year for the fiscal year 25 proposed expenses. What's important to know is now that we have a roadmap that we have a lot of confidence in, we can see what the future looks like if we can stay on that. And we stay on it by adhering to the map, having the capacity to really implement the modules. And so what you see here is about what we would anticipate in next year talking to you, about $1 million less required to help implement Tyler. And then 2 fiscal years from now, roughly, not quite, but another $1 million coming off. So the bottom line is we believe this is the final year of your $2.5 million annual investment in Tyler, and then it starts to drop off to really where the point where we're paying for the software as a service, license fees, credit card fees, and some of the pass-throughs that we have for a total of just over $11 million in totality. So. And I'll go back. So I'll pause there. Like I said, there's the City Council had the opportunity to hear even more of that story, but that was kind of the high level of what they heard on April 6th. And so we're happy to answer any questions or follow up if necessary. So Chair, I'll turn it back to you. Thanks.
Are there any questions or comments regarding the Tyler project? All right. I think you mentioned sending out potentially the presentation from the earlier council meeting. That would probably be a good follow-up, since this is a very big project that the city's been working on for many years.
Absolutely. We will put that in our follow-up from this meeting. So I think you'll find it informative, and if you have questions from that, don't hesitate to reach out as well. Thanks for your support on the Tyler project. It means a lot to this organization to have the City Council Budget Committee embracing it as much as we are, because that's how we're going to get there, is together on this, and so we truly appreciate that. All right. Oops. Oh, I'm clicking too much. Sorry. So somewhat related, but not 100% related, is just like the position we talked about earlier for strategic initiatives. We also brought in a technical training coordinator related to Tyler. This individual is doing great work. I think working with everyone brings a level of energy for the Tyler implementation. Though as we've been talking about, Tyler's going to be with us for some time. The training needs of Tyler aren't going away. We have many other systems that we have training needs for. Training is really a big part of the change management as well. It's right, the awareness, making sure that people understand how to use the tools. And so we're recommending that this position also be converted to a permanent or regular, nothing's permanent, I guess, a regular full-time position to help support Tyler, and then moving forward all our different systems and the trainings that are required. I can go on if you would.
Yeah, I think let's go through the next few slides, and then we'll wrap up this section.
So I mentioned earlier that there was 2 things that really kind of caught me by surprise in some of the information that was brought forward, HR and the teammates that we've just not added over the years. The other one was what's happening in this part of the surface water management. If you've been around our community, you see many different areas where we are working on water quality. If you're in River Terrace is a great example. All those areas need to be maintained, and right now they're being maintained by a third party for the most part. But over the course of the next 18 to 24 months, I believe is the period we're talking about, we're going to have a 50% increase in the amount of locations that we have to maintain. Right now we just have a few teammates and some part-time teammates doing the work, and honestly I'm not sure how they are doing it, but they do a great job out there. They brought us on a tour of some of the sites in River Terrace. But that 110 additional sites in the next couple of years is really going to put pressure on us. We also have regulations in this area with Clean Water Services and others that we have to make sure that we're complying with. When we talked about funding our mandates. These are the type of things in our priorities of this is one of those mandates that if we don't fund it, there's obviously consequences in different ways. And so we're recommending 2 additional full-time teammates to help advance the work and meet our obligations in this area. I know we have some teammates here that have additional information if necessary, so I'll pause there, Chair.
Are there any questions regarding this topic? All right, let's proceed.
All right, and thanks to the council, mayor, council, for going on those tours. Hopefully it does help you in your decision making as well, to meet the team, talk to them, and just see. The only other comment I'll make on that as well is, you know, those 110 sites, they're all different sizes and complexity, right? And they're not just in one location, but there's travel time. There's all the different pieces that just take a lot of resources. So thank you for your support in that area. So we've also talked about the charter ballot measure. This is partially related to that, partially related to just the work that we have today. There's 2 things in this number here. There's $128,000 that would be a general fund expense for 2 things. One is to add a second executive assistant. We currently have 1 who is responsible to support myself, the assistant city managers, the city attorney, the mayor, and 4 counselors, and do other work. So you can expect that's a lot of work in itself. And we have the potential for 2 new counselors to join us. So we are recommending a second executive assistant. Primarily to focus on mayor and counselors. We've had an opportunity to talk with them on some of their expectations. What we're envisioning, myself and Nicole have been talking about, is looking at, you know, really building a team to support all the different people that we've talked about. One with a focus on mayor and council, one focused on the administrative side, but making sure that we build the capacity and cross-training that they can really support each other. You know, one thing we're trying to work on in many different areas is that we don't have things depending on one person. So if that person wants to take a vacation, that person, you know, unfortunately has to be away from work for whatever reason. Sometimes things stop where the support isn't there, and so this would really help us build that system where they can support each other, ultimately help each other out. I know the mayor, with the amount of work that she's doing, and we were just talking about the travels and some of the things that she's trying to do, advocating for Tigard. You know, it requires a lot of support for her as well to make sure that she can spend her time in areas where she should be spending her time, and we can get some of the administrative work done for her, as well as the counselors. And then, like I said, if we add 2 more counselors, it's just you know, it's additional people to help support. So happy to answer any questions on this, but I'll pause right there as well.
Mayor Lube.
Yeah, I just have a question. I know, like, I've talked about it briefly before. I was wondering if there was any discussion about making the youth counselor a paid position as well.
The youth counselor? We have not had that conversation.
So I guess I want to ask this budget committee, as we moving forward, I would personally like to see it as a paid role. I think we ask a lot of our youth counselor, and for an individual to spend that much time, it's an opportunity cost that they're not spending working. And I know me personally, I would have never been able to do that kind of position because of my personal financial situation. And I don't want us to have to perpetuate, you know, being wealthy and, you know, overwhelmingly in that situation to have these kinds of roles. So I'd love that as a discussion topic on whether that is possible. And I assume Jennifer is coming over here to tell me whether it is or not.
We are not able to hire people under the age of 18.
Even if it would be a stipend like the counselors are paid and myself, because it's not a salary, it's a stipend?
I think we'll have to follow up on that.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
All right. Next slide, please.
One second, sorry about that. We must have moved the one. Did we? I have the photo enforcement on the next slide on mine, but.
No, your slide went backwards.
Oh, sorry. Come on. No. All right. Yeah, I'm still missing one on what I have in front of me, but that's all right. Well, we're going to work through this. So the next area is the council goals for the community is to enhance community safety and accessibility. This work is happening in multiple ways. You're going to hear a lot about our CIP is really focused on enhancing safety and accessibility through the projects that we do, through the equity lens that we have in all different areas. So we want to hit on a few things here, but this theme is going to carry into Joe's conversation as well. So the first one is, I mentioned earlier that we're going to talk about just what's in the budget, some of it's just maintaining for your awareness. And so the first one is exactly that, is our police department's work with our mental health response team. Once again, similar to our other IGA, is an agreement with Washington County and some of our neighboring communities to make sure that we have the resources, capacity, and expertise to work with our officers. We obviously have the commander here. Lisa's here if you want more information about that as well. But to date, I think we're saying it's a successful program, and there's a great need for this work, and so just happy that we're continuing it and it's included in our budget. Our parks team, you may have heard probably even a couple years ago when Rick Gruen was talking about a ranger program and a few different things. We're continuing that conversation of how do we make sure that we have a safe park system, how do we make sure that we have teammates working together. And so right now our parks team is working with police to develop a seasonal ranger program. And so once we'd have that in place, we would move that forward. It's just another way of making sure we're within our park system and supporting everyone that's utilizing them. The next is just a few examples of different things that are included in some of our programming and capital plans, and the Safe Streets and Roads for All is another key part, the action plan. As it says right here, this plan will develop a priorities project list using equity-based criteria and systematic risk factors. So the safety of our streets is a key thing, a high priority. The safety of our transportation system in general, if you will. So it's the streets, it's our sidewalks or lack of, it's our trail systems. These are all important components of that. Joe may talk about it a little more. And then as we talk about accessibility, comes in multiple ways. And just another one to point out is our sidewalk curb ramp program that we have. You've probably seen this throughout the community during the construction months. Different areas will be the focus areas, and continuing to invest in those areas as well to make sure that we have safe and accessible sidewalks for our community. I'm going to pause there. Like I said, most of this is going to come up. Oh, there it is. There's the slide I was looking for. So I'm not going to pause yet if I can keep going. So I'm glad it's there because I think I put it in the wrong spot. So thanks for fixing that. On the photo enforcement, it was even last year, I believe, we came back with an analysis, right, Lisa? Yeah, yep. It came through. One of the budget committee members asked a little more details, so we provided details to you last year about what we're seeing from a number of citation, what does the budget look like, et cetera, et cetera. During this year, we knew that our contract was expiring, so in the process going through an RFP, the council affirmed their commitment to this program 4 or 5 months ago. I keep looking at Lisa, but somewhere in that range. And so we've been going through the vendor proposal. We learned a lot from our current contract, and I think the way we've shaped up our RFP, I haven't seen it specifically, but I've heard we're trying to address some of the things that maybe aren't working quite as well today. But that said, we're seeing a significant decrease in the volume, and so we're trying to understand exactly what that means. And so we're not here to make any major changes to the budget, but it's an awareness factor that the council and budget committee need to be aware of. We're really closely monitoring it. We're going to see what the RFP talks about. Earlier, I think it might have been the mayor that mentioned about, or Councilor Wolf, about our teammates and intentionally freezing a position and not hiring. So this is an area that we are doing that. And so last year you added a 0.5 position in our police department to help with the review. We've talked to the chief about pausing that and not hiring that position. Police is finding different ways of making sure that we have the capacity to review the different citations, but that is one where we're intentionally not filling it at this point. We want to go through the RFP process, and then we want to see what the next months and year look like in this program from a financial standpoint. You know, safety is the #1 priority that the council has said. That's why this is in place. But we also had some financial expectations, and we're just making sure we monitor those closely. So now I will pause there. Lisa is here, the commander is here, Eric's here, if there's any questions on this program.
Are there any questions on this program or the preceding few slides? If not, let's go to the next topic, please.
This is where I hand it over, I believe, to the subcommittee and Eric in regards to our social services and community events. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, Steve. So first off, I want to thank all the budget subcommittee members who participated in the grant selections this year. Initially, when we had met in January, we had said it was a 1-day commitment, and it turned out to be a 4-day commitment. So I just want to reiterate and thank all the committee members for dedicating their time and doing this intentional process. So just to kind of give a reminder, we went through a new process this year with the grant selection process, which included creating some criterias. There's a rubric on the selection process and how nonprofits qualify to apply for this program. So one of the things that happened this year is that we had nearly twice the number of applications, nearly 3 times the funding asks, and it was, it was a great process to go through. However, as we all know, with limited funding, it becomes a more difficult decision. So I just want to applaud the group for the intentional work that was done in selecting these organizations. And so if you'd like to reference it in your budget book, it's on page 89. That is the list that's being proposed by the subcommittee for the nonprofits receiving the social service grant and the community events grant. And and one thing you'll note is for our marijuana taxes, we have a little note right here. It's approximately $49,000 of marijuana tax that was that's being included as one of the funding sources for the social services grants. And so the social services grants pool has gone up from the prior year. The marijuana tax in fiscal year 24 was roughly around $30,000. Additionally, you'll see for TLT funding funded grants, that was up to $93,000, which is approximately $50,000 more than the prior year. And I'd like to open up to any grant subcommittee members who, if they want to weigh in or discuss anything about the experience or the process.
Yeah, first I'd like to thank you, Eric and Lindsay, as well, for your excellent work throughout the process. I think all of the subcommittee members, myself, Councilor Wolf, and Leah Voigt, we've all been on the subcommittee in previous years, so we had a good before and after to see how the process worked. And from my perspective, I think it really helped the process. I mean, multi-day commitment, and you get to the end of the day, and you're like, we have hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have all these applicants. Okay, how are we going to decide who gets what? And I think this really made it a much more methodical and intentional process. We went through the rubric, we got the recommendations from the rubric, and we looked at it, and of course the subcommittee has some discretionary control on how those dollars are spent, but the vast majority of it lined up with where the recommendation was, which I took as the ultimate success of the model. That we looked at it and we thought this is not far off from where we would have probably landed if we were choosing things as before. So I really supported the process, and I think it worked out very well. Councilor Wolf or Leah Voigt, do you have any additional remarks?
Yeah, I think so. I think we saw a lot of big themes from our applicants. Rental assistance for housing support, eviction prevention. Were huge asks, and even with I'm terrible with names, so I apologize, but the housing money from the county, state?
SHS, yeah.
Even with those funds, so many community organizations identified shortfalls and the need just the fact that the community need is so high that that having funds, particularly flexible funds, but still focused in that area, was a huge ask this year. So seeing that as a theme, I think that there were some questions raised in terms of how some of the things are the process going forwards. You know, the community events mentioned earlier, you know, El Tigre Fest and the one in September, Tiger Street Festival. Yes, Street Fair, thank you. Again, names. Some of these other major events that I mean, myself as a community member, consider to be really integral to Tigard, and oh yeah, that's a Tigard City event, are actually funded through this process, such as well as, you know, the Tigard Chamber of Commerce. And so just looking at, because these are 1-year grant durations, you know, allocations, just looking at are there ways, do we want to revisit some of how these things are funded in terms of the process and the working with the city, and yeah, I think those were my big takeaways. Really appreciated all the time and effort, right? As much as we sat there or as we listened to these proposals, you know, all the time and effort that were put in also by community members, organizations, to prepare all that information and to bring it to us. Really, really valuable and honored to be part of the process. Thank you.
Leah, I appreciate you reminding me of kind of those conversations that we had about some of the core events that should that be lifted in a separate conversation that really does create that ongoing funding. So thank you, and I totally agree with that. And the other thing that I think I learned again, Leah brought up some of these continual needs for rent assistance, et cetera, is to try to communicate to some of our local partners that they actually could be applying at the county level, and I got that confirmed, to direct them that way. So maybe that's not where we place our limited funds, but to try to communicate and redirect so that they have those opportunities, because Washington County will be looking for those applications at the end of the summer. So how do we make sure that we're sharing that information locally so that they're accessing that opportunity? And I think the last thing that I want to add, and we talked some about it, and Councilor Singh, I know that you've been a champion, as the mayor has been, on participative budgeting. So I would like to put that as an agenda item for the budget committee separately. Is this, especially if you start to peel off some of the events, is that a different system? For the social services component, is that something that we should look at that's a broader community opportunity for engagement? And I would love to learn more about how that might be something that we could provide and engage our community, and I think it would be great. I mean, it is a huge commitment, and so that's where I want to understand how you learn about all, read about all the applications, and so all those components. But I would love to see that the budget committee have that conversation over the next couple meetings to see if we could do it. And Clena, I think that was something that you were interested in as well, to see a different model used for this. But and Eric, Lindsay, Clena, I thought the system, it's what Jake said, I just felt good that there was a real process, expectations, how we deliberated. There was a system in place that made sense. And like Jake said, we went back and forth, and in the end, it really was Eric's model. It was pretty close, but you got to go through the pain and then go back and go, oh yeah, that worked. So Eric, huge thanks for your whole department's work to make this a really thoughtful system. So thanks.
Thank you. Leah, did you want to make an additional remark?
Yeah, I also wanted to share with the rest of the committee that in the discussions that were had among the subcommittee, recognizing a lot of the really amazing work that Tigard organizations and community members are already doing and continuing, funding for things that already exist because we recognize their value in the community, and also a very intentional effort made to include and increase the diversity of operations and events, and that were awarded grants as well. So really looking forward to that growth, and really appreciated other subcommittee members emphasizing that as with the Tigard equity lens or other things, just as an important value.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the social services and community events grants? Councillor Hu?
Thank you for the thank you subcommittee for putting the time. I'm just curious, is this a unanimous decision, or are there conflict?
I would say that the overall package is something that we endorse. We all had discussions, and the way the numbers were approached is a majority of the subcommittee would endorse the dollar amount and the applicant that received funds. But I would say, unless the other subcommittee members disagree, the overall package is endorsed by all of us. Kelly Pement?
Is there a place anywhere that says exactly how many grant applications we received versus what we approved and funded?
There's not in the budget book, but we're happy to follow up and provide some precise
curious.
numbers.
Yeah, I don't remember the numbers offhand, but it was enough where we normally have 1 day of presentations, 10 minutes each. We had to do one full day, entire work day, plus I think 2 hours the day before to get through all of them. It was double the normal applicants, and that was with every single one presenting. So it is a marathon, not a sprint.
Well, and then the third day to actually make the decisions, because typically that full day would have covered it all, and we just So
yeah, one additional day. I think that was a 3-hour meeting, or turned into a 3-hour meeting, and then we had an additional 30-minute meeting follow-up, like gut check. Okay, do we still agree with these a week later now that the numbers have sat? So
Looking at the one of the area where we put our information in, that I see 49 different slots for decisions that we were evaluating. So some organizations had submitted 2, one for events and one for social services, but so it was 49 separate applications for funding.
all right. Are there any other questions or comments from the subcommittee or the full committee? If not, I want to thank the subcommittee again for their work on this matter, and Eric and Lindsay as well. And unless, Eric, you have any additional remarks on this, we can proceed to the next topic.
Okay. All right. So, so this next slide, we'll be talking a little bit about the indirect cost allocation plan. So one of the so as you remember last year, we had a budget proposal to start a indirect cost allocation study to take place within this fiscal year. Well, due to some shifty priorities, that study with the external consultant did not take place, but we have taken an interim approach this year to reallocate our indirect costs. And so to explain what the indirect costs are, so back from our earlier discussion, central services, HR, finance admin, fleet facilities, all the overhead type items that are not directly program related. These are all in these 4 buckets that are presented up here. So with the central services, again, that's your general over citywide overhead and general administration. And then we have specific ones for public works. So public works admin, that's Brian and his team that oversees our enterprise funds. And then we have our engineering team, where they're spread across multiple projects that are funded by various different revenue sources. And then our fleet and facilities. And fleet facilities is more so along the lines of the central service funds, where it's based on the utilization of the different like the vehicles and then like the square footage of facilities. And so these costs are allocated based on certain cost drivers that use a 3-year rolling average. And so I'll talk about those in just here in the next couple slides. And so I think it's helpful to maybe lay some context. We've had a fairly sophisticated indirect cost allocation plan before we've taken this approach. Prior to this approach, we've had, I think, around 50-ish cost allocation factors and the 34 different cost centers. I mean, it was, I think, a full-time job in itself just to figure out how to update the cost allocation plan. And so one of the things that we did is simplify the cost allocations for this interim process, where we're allocating our central service costs primarily based on factors like personnel or FTEs. So, for example, like HR, it's really people-driven, so it'd be logical to allocate those costs based on the number of FTEs in the operating departments. For departments like finance, we're allocating finance based on a split of revenue and expenditures based on the different funds revenue sources, and then the people cost also does apply to some of the other cost centers such as city management, city recorder, IT, and so forth. And then we have Public Works Admin. So again, this is the administrative function for overseeing our enterprise funds, also our gas tax, parks and rec. These are the funds that the Public Works team oversees. And so these, again, are also allocated based on FTEs that are in those operating funds to run those programs. And then with Public Works Engineering, and again, these are, this is generally indirect cost time, so not time directly attributable to a project, because generally your engineering is not, there's going to be admin time involved, so there's system infrastructure work, there's paid time off, things like that. They're not directly attributable to a project, so there has to be a cost source to allocate and fund that time. So that allocation is based on capital projects over the last 3 years, and how that's the percentages on how that gets allocated to the different revenue sources that paid for those capital projects. So when I say enterprise funds up there, SDCs, those are the funds that pay for capital projects, and so engineering time overhead gets allocated to those projects or to those revenue sources based on a rolling 3-year average. And that is, at a high level, some of the changes that you're seeing in the indirect cost allocations. And so when you look at the budget book, there are some different swings that you'll notice, particularly in that program summary page. I think it's on page, starts page 365, where you'll see 369, sorry. So that shows you all the different cost allocation on how sorry, I'm going to correct myself. That is not the way the costs are allocated. You'll see the cost allocations within the department budgets. I apologize. These numbers right here are reflective of just the department changes and how they're funded. The page? So 369, that's the where indirect costs are, the total amount of indirect costs that are charged citywide. But then if you're looking for individual departments and how that gets allocated, those are within the department pages.
Yes, it's a very complex topic, clearly, because it runs through the entire heart, or through the entire budget operationally. So I appreciate you pointing to this page to at least give us a starting place, and then we can flip through and read through the other sections. That brings us, it appears, to the end of the Community Priorities Funding section. Are there any concluding remarks on that? If not, we can go into questions and comments. All right. We'll have an opportunity for questions and comments. I'll be calling on each member of the committee. I do not have any questions or comments at this time, but I want to appreciate Tigard teammates coming through and sharing the highlights of the budgetary changes this year. I think they're very clear, and I think the rationale for all the changes makes sense based on the presentation that was given. Councillor Singh.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, I was gonna, build off what Steve was talking about at the. Is more of a comment, but just what Steve mentioned at the end of the climate goal. I noticed that pretty much on all the priorities and goals, staffing was addressed, except for climate. So, I want to acknowledge that in our previous meeting with the council, when we talked about the issue, there seemed to be sort of a lack of appetite to scale up on that goal. And I know, Kenny, I know, Emily and the rest of the community development team, they're doing great work, but they're also, I feel like they're getting pulled in a lot of different directions as well. And like Steve, you mentioned, there are other cities with this priority and goal, and they have entire bureaus and offices of sustainability. They have dedicated staff, entirely focused on implementing, climate action plans, like we have, and they have, staff facilitating, climate or environmental sustainability boards, commissions, and volunteers, like we do with the climate action team, and also just developing partnerships with CBOs, philanthropy, and other jurisdictions, similar to how we're, how Kim is working in developing partnerships. So I think there's also state level, climate, energy, and land use goals, and increasing number of mandates around, decarbonization as well as clean energy. There's federal funds that are sort of streaming down at unprecedented levels, and almost every state agency and department, including, like we were talking about, the Department of Energy, DEQ, DLCD, OHA, even OHA, they're developing programs and budgeting not only for, mitigation, but adaptation as well. So I just hope we take this seriously as the other goals, and just wanted to plant some seeds like Steve was sort of alluded to, that so we can address the goal and provide, the resources and staffing capacity and sort of the scaffolding like we are with other goals. So I think some of the risks of not doing that is definitely staff burnout, and just falling behind our just ambitious climate goals and state level mandates. So I'd really like to hear from Kenny and Emily and their perspective on that. I know you're contracting with a lot of folks, and you have volunteers and maybe interns, but just thinking long term and addressing that structure on this issue, I think that would be nice to hear.
If the, well, first, thanks, Counselor, for your thoughts. If the committee would like to hear some of this, I would suggest that's a follow-up with us. Let Kenny, Emily, and I talk through some thoughts. Obviously, Counselor Singh is the one that's sharing it, but Chair, you might want to make sure that's something that you want us to follow up on. But that's the process I would suggest.
I support that process. Are there any objections to having that discussion at a later point, Councillor Wolf?
Certainly no objections, but Steve, my request, and I appreciate Councillor Singh kind of talking about some of the contracts. So kind of if we had an FTE, would there be potential savings in some of the consulting dollars, or the goal of what that really could accomplish if we added just 100% one FTE? But if that makes sense, are there trade-offs, or really to hit the goal that we'd like, is it just to add one FTE? Hopefully that makes sense. I'll shut up.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think sounds like there's an appetite for that follow-up, and it's a Councilor Hu.
Yes, no objection, and I also want to encourage the city to consider, in addition, to follow to Council Wolf, additional source of income for that purpose. I heard the city of Portland has a surplus, a lot of money to fund their business tax, whatever, going to their climate fund. And I'm not necessarily advocating for a new tax, but maybe we can think about something that may not, you know, we have a business license tax that's funding our commercial crime unit that's unique to our city. And maybe we can have similar model for revenue for climate, to generate climate funds so we can fund our climate initiative. And so, you know, so just something that to keep in mind. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other remarks on this request? All right. So it sounds like we have a follow-up to sort of discuss the general concept of providing more structural staffing support to achieve the climate action goals of the city. Perfect.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yes. Councilor Singh, do you have anything else? All right. Leah Voigt? Nothing? Okay. Councilor Wolf? Clarissa Benfield?
All good.
Council President Hu?
Just to follow up on the mayor and city council budget category. So in your slide, you point out a additional of 120 something for the assistance, but in the actual budget document on page 45, it's another 200,000 on top of that. I just want to confirm that the additional 200 is just in case we have 2 more counselor.
So that is including both the position and then the changes for the charter. So if there were 2 additional counselors, what would be that cost there as well?
Got it. So it's already in the budget document.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mayor Lube? Nope. Kelly Pemmon?
No questions.
All right. Thank you, everyone. That concludes our community priorities funding section. Next section is the capital improvement plan presentation. Is everyone, I know we have that's scheduled for about 2 hours right now, so I want to make sure everyone's good to proceed right into it. Cool. All right. Well, we will go into the capital improvement plan presentation. City Engineer Joe Wisniewski. I can always trip up on your last name. I'm sorry. I remember this from last year. Joe will be presenting on this.
That's much easier.
So sorry.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joe Wisniewski, City Engineer. Happy to be here today to present the CIP Capital Improvement Plan. We will mostly focus on fiscal year 25, but a key note that it is a 6-year forecast or 6-year look ahead for the CIP. Okay, so this afternoon we'll cover what is in the CIP. I will briefly talk about the CIP in brief. For most of you, this is a document that's been around for a couple years now. We'll go over the framework of the plan, the process of an idea to an asset, and then where the money comes from and what we get for our investment. So I will go through brief overview of most of these topics first, and then when we get into each of the 6 systems, I will take a brief pause to see if there's any questions at those times, and definitely have time for more robust conversation and questions at the end. Almost hit the wrong button here. Okay, so what is the CIP? This is how the city establishes, prioritizes, and funds our capital projects to both improve existing systems and assets and also develop and deliver new infrastructure and facilities within the city. And also earlier this morning, someone mentioned the water district. So this is covering the Tigard Water District and then the city limits for our other infrastructure. The CIP is comprised of 6 systems. Those include the water system, sanitary sewer, stormwater, transportation, formerly known as streets. We have rebranded that this year. Parks, and finally facilities. So the CIP over 6 years covers a reasonable approach to what we can deliver over that time period. And each budget cycle, you're adopting and approving the first year of that CIP. So the budget does include the 6-year plan, but you are only taking action on fiscal year 25 at this point. Oh, actually, it was on that slide, sorry. We'll see if it catches up. The CIP in brief is a document that is intended to be the front end document of the CIP. It kind of tells the story of the process, how we developed the CIP, and then is used as a tool to highlight each of the systems and key projects. It's also intended to be a standalone document that we can pull out of the budget and use as a communication tool with members of council, the committee, and the public. So the framework for the CIP, it covers the project prioritization and ultimately budgeting for each project. Each project is developed with a strategic vision and city council goals in mind, along with the community promise. We've talked about a lot of them today. I'm no longer sitting in front of it, so I don't have anyone to call out for where they're at on the wall. But each of the projects, if you look at individual sheets in the budget document itself, it talks to the ties back to our goals, our priorities, and we try to make that correlation. One thing to note, the projects are really based on all of our system planning efforts, and those system plans are developed over a long period of time, and a lot of previous council direction has been factored into them, previous council goals. So over time, the projects we're delivering today are really based on previous goals. And at the time of developing this CIP, we look at the current goals compared to the previous and make sure we're still in line. But ultimately, there is a lag because of the long process it goes through for selecting the projects and getting them into the budget. So the CIP process from idea to asset starts with the system planning effort. What a system plan is it guides the needs of the city and of the system. And they're all unique in their own way. So the priorities of the transportation system are going to be different than the water system, sanitary storm, parks and rec. And what we do there is we look at what we need for healthy systems, safe systems, the engineering staff, the public works staff, and citywide, we put together a team and develop what those plans look like. And then we go out to the community. We use our various boards like Tiger Transportation Advisory Committee, Park and Rec Advisory Board, the Water Advisory Board, to have them influence those system plans as well. And then bring that back and compile what that long-range plan is for the city. Many of these plans are a forecast outwards of 20 years, and then we take that prioritized list and roll that into what the 6-year CIP will be. And those system plans are also what drives the rate studies that you heard about earlier today. There's the utility rates, there's also the system development charges and the methodologies behind them. So after each system plan is delivered, then there is a subsequent rate study that is delivered to make sure our rates are staying in line with the needs for the system. And those studies are also shown in the CIP as well. So they're forecasted and funded along with the system plans. I did want to add a comment. This morning, somebody asked about the Tyler software and if that will result in reduction in the cost for those studies. Right now, because it's so new to us, that hasn't been realized yet, but I will comment that we are showing a slight increase in out years for those studies, and it's mostly due to forecasting inflation. So we may see some efficiencies in those plans being delivered in the future, but with inflation, we still show a cost increase on those studies. And then the last thing on that is we are excited about Tyler Enterprise Asset Management Module. That is scheduled to go live later this year, August and September timeframe, and that software will definitely be feeding into all of our future system plans. Okay, so getting into the next two slides are really talking about the funds and where the money comes from for the CIP. I know it's a lot of numbers, and I'll just read them off really quick here. The funding sources for the 6-year, we're still focused on 6 years at this point. There's $150 million coming from all the various utility funds. Those developer paid fees, the system development charges, is approaching $50 million. The gas tax and the transportation funds, which includes the TDT fund that we talked about, is approximately $38 million. Then we have two TCDA funds, one for the downtown and one for Tigard Triangle. So approximately $2.5 million and $5 million respectively there. And then finally, grants are accounting for about $6 million. And it's important to note here that each of these funds have very tight constraints on what they can be used for. And when we talk about a funding gap in one system compared to another, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to be able to move these funds between the different sources and different types of projects. All right, so just another way to show where the money comes from. These are the top 5 funding sources in the 6-year plan. The largest one is currently the water fund of about $94 million. Then street maintenance fee, which covers all the pavement rehab and slurry seals, crack sealing that you see in the community every summer. That's about $31 million. The transportation development tax through Washington County is $23 million. Water system development charges is just over $17 million, and transportation SDC is approaching $17 million as well.
If I may jump in before we get into where the money goes, I think this would be a good spot to pause and ask if there are any questions from the committee. All right, well, let's figure out where the money's going.
Perfect. That's the fun stuff. Okay, so this is a fairly small graphic or hard graphic to read on the slide. This is directly out of the CIP and brief, and that can be referenced there, and we can send it out if needed. But the largest one is our water system. It's $105 million over the next 6 years. Within that dollar amount is finishing up Reservoir 18 that's currently in construction, and then starting to plan for our next reservoir, number 19. So there's a large amount of work coming up over the next 6 years in the water system. The sewer system, which is our smallest system because primarily all the sanitary sewer large capital is managed and owned by Clean Water Services. That one only has about $4.3 million worth of expenditure in the next 6 years. Stormwater, just over $21 million. And then transportation system is comparable to water, one of our largest systems, and it's $115 million. Park and Rec or park system is $28 million, and city facilities is just over $5 million. And we will be going into details on each of these systems in the next slides. Okay, so our first system, and these are in order of how they appear in the budget book. They're not in any order of priority, one system over another, or any kind of funds tied to them, just the order they appear. So over 6 years, we have 20 projects, again, $105 million. Within fiscal year 25 that will be up for approval, there are 14 projects that will be active, totaling an expenditure of $20.5 million. Some of the key projects to highlight is Reservoir 18 and Pump Station Project. That's out by Sunrise Park cache area. It's been talked about for quite some time now, and pretty exciting. So if anyone has opportunity, there's a link in the CIPM brief, and there's a website. There's some really cool drone footage and different things to check out. It is really taking shape out there right now. The Pipeline Renewal and Replacement Program, that project is replacing our current pipelines that are aging, a lot of our older cast iron pipe that are prone for leaks and causing disruption to service. So what we're doing with that program is really implementing some new technology on top of actually just replacing pipes that we just know are old. And the technology is helping us find leaks and applying a risk register over top of GIS data to really make sure we're spending the money in the right spot and replacing the most critical facilities. So this summer will be our first year of doing construction with the program, and in the future years we'll continue with the pipeline replacement, but you'll also start hearing us talk about some of our leak detection programs that we're rolling out. There's some really cool technology coming out with using satellite imagery and different kind of sensors out there that will help us pinpoint these leaks. Very significant savings to the city. Mayor?
Yeah, I learned all about it. If you want some details, come see me later. It's really interesting. I actually had a question as far as water, and I know you have some other things listed on there. I was talking to a lot of our teammates in the water, and I was wondering, in the CIP, I didn't see it, but maybe I missed it, is there any sort of plan yet on perhaps upgrading water meters to be radio, or is that going to be something that's going to come in addition, as something different?
Yep. Yeah, so the water meter modernization, or it was formerly called AMI, project is still in the CIP. There's a longer rollout to it where we're doing some pilot work right now, evaluating the type of radio read and antennas and sensors that we want to use. But it is in the 6-year CIP, and I can find that for you. It looks like you're perfect. Page 213, and the bulk of the actual rollout of it would be in 2028-29, but in the years leading up to that, we're doing all the analysis and pilot work to gear up for the larger rollout.
How about I guess I didn't see anything about potentially tapping into Willamette River, so that's not anywhere in the 6 year.
Right now, it's not in the CIP to actually do that work. Our system plans will talk about water supply and storage and what all the options are for that. So there has been some buy-in to the actual intake facility, but not the rest of the infrastructure for Willamette supply. And that would be, if it would ever happen, it would be years out and a lot of water system planning work to come.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding water projects? All right. Are there any other explanations on these ones?
Yeah, just a couple really quick ones to highlight. The water treatment plant and pump station generator project, that is in response, that's out at the Lake Oswego Tigard treatment plant, and it's in response to a couple years ago, the plant went out of power during a significant ice storm, and this is to provide reliable backup power for the unlikely event that would happen again. So that's exciting that that's going forward this year. The water system service line inventory, this is a mandate from the EPA, and we will be wrapping up the inventory this year. It's the lead and copper rule to verify that there's no lead. It's tracking very well. We're very happy with our system right now. It's looking very good, and there will be more information coming out on that later this year. Reservoir 19, that project, what's being proposed for fiscal year 25 is the siting and feasibility study for a new reservoir on the southern side of Bull Mountain, and really to serve the expansion areas out there, along with the King City expansion area. And then along the lines of the expansions is system plan addendums as well. So speaking to how the city will serve those areas, what the supply looks like, and then also we'll roll into the financial component of system development charges and rates to accommodate the growth.
Councilor Wolf?
You know, Joe, this is for you or for Brian. Sometimes I think we get in the weeds for money that's about comparable, and we spend hours talking about small pieces. And I look at this and, you know, I mean, this is capital, right, over 6 years, but just, you know, millions and millions of dollars. And then you go, any questions? Nope, we're all good. So my question is to both of you, concerns, things you think about, you know, as we look to fund, you know, these very important investments in our city. So just general thoughts. I just want to be mindful of the investments that we're making. So.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, and it really applies to just every day. No, it doesn't matter if it's capital or anything the city's delivering. It's keeping up with unfunded mandates. So keeping our pulse on what Congress might be doing or what's coming down that we're not geared up for, or keeping track of what's happening with supply chain. It's actually one of the last slides I have here is just talking about some of the concerns we have that are ongoing. And it's really, you heard about the stormwater FTEs that we're adding. It's keeping up with the growth, and is the city growing at the rate we expected? Are we going beyond that? And is our resources keeping up with that pace? So a lot of it's the mandates that we need to keep up with. And when inflation is significantly higher than we forecasted, and a rate is 4 or 5 years, rate study 4 or 5 years old, that's why we push for these studies to be every 5 years or so, to keep up with the growth and the inflation.
I thought I hit it. Thank you, Mayor. So tell me, just give me an example of an unfunded mandate that sits in your mind.
Yeah, so unfunded mandate would be similar to the stormwater ones that we just funded. Also along the lines of that was surface water. Another one would be the actual cleaning and maintenance of the underground storm pipes. So as the system grows, our personnel and our equipment aren't growing with it, and that's why we feel a little bit reactive right now, asking for the equipment and the personnel to keep up with the mandates of you have to clean and televise every 4 years every pipe that's underground. It might be longer than that. I'm not sure if it's 4 years right now, but
it's 4 years on sanitary sewer.
Okay.
Yeah. He said it well. It's the cost of doing business. Our systems grow. They keep growing. And because of that, the workload grows. It never shrinks. So that's why we have to come back to the council, to the budget committee, and ask for more resources. It just, we also pay attention to technology that can help us do our jobs better, but inevitably it does require the personnel, the teammates, to help us do that work. So thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. Councilor Wolf and I sit on the Lake Oswego Tiger Water Partnership Committee, and I just want to comment on how thoughtful all the staff members are, because as Joe pointed out, one of the things that they prepare us for is the power outage. That's a major risk factor, right? Because if we don't have power, we don't have water, and that's a major issue. And when we first sat on the committee, one of the things I worry about is also there was a shortage of chemical for treatment, for treating water. And I expressed concerns like, do we need to start making chemicals on our own? Because it's not only expensive, it's difficult to source them. But again, just point to Brian's comment that we really rely on the expertise of our teammates to make sure that we have adequate water supply, because they ultimately conclude that yes, we can obtain enough chemicals. So there's a lot of work involved. So thank you so much.
Just a quick story in my introduction to Tigard. So I think my first week here, working closely with the PD on the potential gathering of people after the officer-involved shooting. And then my second week here, we had the ice storm. I remember texting Brian. He told me that power went out, and I said, did the generator kick on? He goes, I'll call you. So I quickly learned we didn't have a generator. So.
Leah Voigt.
Because I'm not in this stuff every day, what would it, just generally, what would it take to have y'all make the decision that we need to do a rate study earlier than it was set up for? Because I know they're expensive and extensive. So what would that tipping point look like?
Yeah, I think could look to Eric a little bit for this as well, but it's if there's any, we're almost facing that right now with some of the inflation that we've realized in the last couple of years, but it's keeping, how do I want to say it? If we start getting into such inflation on projects, it would cause us to look at when is the next rate study scheduled for, and does it make sense to do one off cycle? But also to do that, by the time you set a new rate and start collecting on that rate, it's still a very long process. So I don't know if there's any other criteria other than when we get into the transportation section and I talk about the bridges, that's a very good example of where we have a system that is kind of seeing that issue right now. But we have some other things that are kind of under review right now or whatever for other funding options on that bridge. So I don't want that to be the sole reason either.
I think the only thing I would add is just kind of reiterate what just said. Even if we do the rate studies at that time and we're push them up, from an off cycle, the revenues aren't realized immediately to adequately fund, for example, like a $30 million project. It still takes time to build that reserve. It took a number of years to get to that point. So it does get down to having some difficult conversations about trade-offs at a certain point too. But I will say just the whole process of doing rate studies, it is a very long and extensive process that has to coincide with some of the system planning work. Because without the system planning work, you're still using the same data as before, so it wouldn't be effective until that happens first.
All right, shall we move to sewer?
Yes, so this is sanitary sewer. So as far as budget goes, one of our smaller systems, but not small in size by any means. Projects to highlight here, well, for fiscal year 2025, there's 4 active projects proposed for just over $1.4 million. Those projects are the major maintenance program. So it's a CIP project, but it's really larger projects that require, or larger maintenance and operations type projects. So there might be a troublesome line somewhere that our operations staff are out to maintain all the time. They come to us to ask for a small project to help fix something with them. It's an ongoing every year project, very beneficial to be able to work with operations staff to work on our assets. The other one is along the lines of our rate studies and everything we're talking about is we are due for the sanitary sewer system plan update this year. It's a fairly small project for the sanitary sewer system, so we expect that to take about 9 to 12 months. And then upon completing that, we will be engaging with finance to talk about any impacts to rates on that. A key note there, SDCs are set by Clean Water Services. So we coordinate closely with them on our system planning and any rates that they adjust. Another project to highlight is the Cured in Place Pipe project. This is a trenchless repair of underground pipes where there might be a lot of cracks in something. There's I&I, which means there's infiltration of groundwater into the sewer, which translates into a high cost of treating water that doesn't need to be treated at the treatment plant. So this allows a contractor to come in, work from above ground through the excess structures and put a liner in those pipes to really seal them off and extend the life of the sewer substantially and really minimize the cost of digging up, the disruption to the public. So we introduced this project first last year, and it's really going to pick up speed this year. Most people don't see it happen because a lot of the work happens at night, and it's a very quick 1 or 2 days of work at any given location. So very beneficial, but quick in and out for the public impacts. And then the final project to highlight here is the Rotary Plaza restroom. So downtown, we have a restroom behind the symposium in Rotary Plaza. And the project, or the restroom, sees a lot of maintenance needs almost monthly, if not more frequently. We have to have our operations staff out there cleaning the lines so that we can keep that restroom open, where we shouldn't have to be out there more frequently than that mandate that Brian mentioned once every 4 years, and we're out there monthly, if not more. So this project's to solve that issue, run a new sewer lead and a short sanitary main line in Tigard Street down to Main Street. So design's going to be starting in fiscal year 25 on that, and construction anticipated for fiscal year 26.
I just want to add that the reason is not because the restroom is inadequate, it's because individuals are trying to flush things down that they don't want to be in possession of. So just to be clear.
Councillor Hu?
And where are the major funding sources for sanitary sewer system?
The sewer, so there's the sewer SDCs and just the sewer fund, yeah. So, yeah. So just your utility rate, and then the SDCs that developers pay. No.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the sewer CIP budget? All right, let's move to the next topic.
You started a new trend.
This has been a multi-year issue.
Everyone's feeling right now. Should have worked afternoon yoga into this or something. I wouldn't lead it though, don't worry. Okay, so moving on into stormwater. In your 6-year CIP, there's 12 projects of $21 million. Of them, 10 of them will be active in fiscal year 25. And just a reminder, what active means is any phase of the project. So it could be right-of-way phase, design, permitting, the bidding phase, construction, and then closeout. And sometimes closeout of a project can take over a year when there's warranties or a lot of plant establishment periods, things like that. So many of these projects will be in the budget for 5 years plus of various stages of development. And that applies to every system. I just wanted to make that clear right now. So key projects in fiscal year 25 is Kruger Creek stabilization. The project is in active construction right now, and will be wrapping up later this fall, so into 25. North Dakota street stormwater improvements. There's a section on North Dakota that is prone to some flooding and causing some property damage. So that project is expected to go to construction this summer to take care of that issue out there. We have another major maintenance program, and really every system has a major maintenance program. So they're all used a little bit differently, but primarily just to maintain each system and work close with our operations staff to select those projects. And then we are due for a stormwater system plan update as well. It is scheduled to take place in fiscal year 25, and most likely will kick off shortly after the sanitary plan is underway. So it'll be later in 25 when that one takes place, and it'll roll into 26 as well. With any questions on stormwater?
Mayor Lube?
Yeah, I just want to ask if, you know, we look at the capital improvement plan on page 232. It just summarizes everything that's in there. Just looking at like Red Rock Creek, right? There's a significant amount throughout the entire, and then at the bottom it's, you know, future locations. Do we ever envision a scenario in which Red Rock Creek isn't going to cost us this amount of money regularly?
We envision, yes. So the future locations is, there's, at the time of developing this, the section we're working on today is Dartmouth to 72nd. And then in the stormwater system plan, there are the similar improvements of enhancing the creek upstream and downstream from there. And so because it's a few years out, we called it future locations, because the rate of private development in the triangle, and depending on where things are taking place, is going to guide where that next segment takes place. So as we wrap up the Dartmouth to 72nd project, we will be solidifying where the location will be of that future location. And then there will be one more similar project after that one that is off the 6 year, you know, later than the 6 year forecast. Once that's completed, then we'll just be into the maintenance mode of those improvements. So to answer your question, yes, there is a vision that it won't cost that much ongoing once those other two locations are completed.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the stormwater CIP? All right, let's move to transportation.
Maybe. There we go. Okay, so this is one of our larger systems. So I have plenty to talk about here with everybody today. Over 6 years, 26 projects, $115 million. Of that, there's 23 projects active for a total of almost $22 million in fiscal year 25. The first bullet up here I have is transportation system programs, plural. So many of the CIP systems have a program, which just means it's an ongoing project every year. Doesn't really have an end date. It's just something like the CIPP pipeline project. It just will be there every year. In transportation, we have multiple programs. So the first one to cover is the pavement management program, primarily covered by the street maintenance fee. All your slurry seal, crack sealing, all that, and that's to maintain our PCI pavement condition index of 80. Very proud of that program, and I hope everybody is, that we are supporting the funding of that program to maintain our one of our key assets out there, all of our pavements. Many communities, especially nationwide, are nowhere near where we're at in that index. So thanks to everyone that continues to approve that, and former council and budget committees that started this program. I don't even know when it started, but it's been around quite some time. The other program is the Americans with Disabilities Right-of-Way program, and that's where we go around town replacing existing curb ramps to meet ADA standards. So that program is specifically focused on just curb ramps, but all of our transportation projects that are introducing new pavement or doing like a deep grind and inlay or rehab also has to bring up the entire facility to ADA standards. So this is just one piece of our ADA program. Many of our projects really contribute overall to taking care of a lot of our ADA barriers in the right-of-way. We also have the Pedestrian and Cyclist Connections program. This is kind of an opportunistic program, a set of money that allows us to provide grant matching. We've used it for installing rectangular rapid flashing beacons for protected crosswalks, some of our Safe Routes to School projects where they need some matching funds will come out of this program. There's also the Traffic and Transportation System Major Maintenance Program. It's heavily focused on traffic signals, modernizing a lot of the equipment, and just keeping up with the aging infrastructure that we have out there. And then finally is the Streetlight Replacement Program. We have approximately 600 street lights that are wood laminate poles, and I want to say they're from the 1960s or so, that PGE has put us on notice that they need to be replaced, that they can no longer maintain them. So this program is a multi-year program that's going to allow us to go through and replace all of them to the, I think they're fiberglass poles now going forward, but that will take care of that safety concern that they have, and also for the public safety. The next bullet point on here is the Safe Routes to School projects. It was hard to put everything on one slide, so I kind of made categories for this system. We have 3 Safe Routes to School projects to highlight. One is the Locust Street sidewalks. That project just went out to bid and will be going to construction this summer. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we're very happy. There was 10 contractors that bid on the project. It's the most contractors we saw on a project in a handful of years. And it came in about $300,000 under engineer's estimate. So very significant cost savings, very good bidding climate for that project. So it's some very positive news to share budget-wise. There's also the Templeton to Aldi improvements. That project, there's actually 2 projects together, but they're separate because they were funded at separate times, and we are now rolling them together. It is to construct a mixed-use path along one side of Murdoch between Heritage Butte Park and Templeton to Aldi schools. And then the second project is a trail through the park, and then some pedestrian crossing improvements at McDonald Street and some lighting along Sattler. So it's kind of creating that network for students to safely get to school in the Templeton to Aldi area. And then we also have a application under review right now for a Safe Routes to School project along 79th. So that will be a further out year, but that project, or that application, is under review with ODOT right now. The next items are the North Dakota Street and the Tigard Street Bridge replacement projects. So Eric earlier today was talking about the transportation funding issues and mentioned North Dakota has a very significant shortfall in funding for the construction phase. North Dakota Street has federal funding on it, and because it's federalized, we have applied for additional funding through ODOT for their local bridge program for that shortfall that we have. So that's probably 6 months out before we have a solid answer on that funding application. And we'll be coming back to council and to budget committee in the future, depending on how that shakes out, with a plan for the construction phase funding on that project. But Tigard Street Bridge is locally funded with funds that we can fully control. And in the proposed budget, we are showing that project being funded and going forward with construction in fiscal year 26. So finishing up design this year, all the permitting, and moving forward into construction. The other next highlight is 72nd Avenue pre-design. This is for 72nd from Highway 99 to Highway 217. And then a subsection of those limits, we have a raised grant submitted to US DOT to hopefully fund the construction of 72nd from 99W to Dartmouth. What the project is that's pre-designed, it is taking the entire corridor to a 10% level design so that we can be ahead of any developments that come into the triangle going forward and assure that the city is getting the correct improvements that we need along that corridor from private development occurring ahead of us doing a larger capital project. So that project actually just kicked off the early preliminary design work last week, and it's about a 12-month process to get through the preliminary design. You'll be hearing a lot about that project because we have a pretty robust public engagement plan on that one, and pretty excited to see that one going forward. Safe Streets and Roads for All action plan. This project is going to create a prioritized list of projects and needs throughout the city. And really what it's going to do is it's going to open us up to being eligible for many more grants, because a lot of these safety funds that are available have a requirement that you have a system or a plan in place that you're pulling your projects from before you can apply for funding. And then just to highlight a couple successful grant applications recently, we have a Fannel Creek Trail Crossing Improvement grant that was awarded through, I think it's an OCP grant, and it's going to provide improvements coordinated with ODOT at the Fannel Creek Trail Crossing here on Hall Boulevard. There's been some crash history there, so this is going to help improve that area. There is a refinement study for a future bridge crossing, pedestrian bridge crossing of 217 near the Shady Lane area to Washington Square. And then the MISTIP program that was mentioned earlier, we have tentative, I don't know if we call it tentative, there's a recommendation to county board to award MISTIP funding to Greenberg to design and construct complete street design of Greenberg, which is sidewalks, bike lanes, full improvements from 217 to Hall. So the Washington Square Regional Center area. That's, yeah, 19 roughly. It's kind of a approximate number right now. But it's the good thing on that one is it's a county facility at this time, and it would be their facility to upgrade, and we just put the application in and supported it, but it's a county project at this point. So that is a lot of projects really fast, but any questions on transportation?
I have one question, and it may be slightly unrelated. It's just when I read Safe Streets, I recalled the concerns that around safety with Hall Street and some jurisdictional difficulties on figuring out, well, not figuring out, but state of Oregon is responsible for it, and but that of course impacts the city of Tigard. Is that something that's considered as part of that plan, or is that, I don't know, this may just show I'm out of the loop on a key thing.
So the Safe Streets for All implementation plan, or the program that we're going to be working on right now, is going to look at the city boundaries.
Okay.
So the state highways and the county roads that are within the city will still be part of the analysis, and then we will create our prioritized list based on who's going to own and deliver the projects. Yeah, so there's kind of the need and then kind of who's responsible side of it. At this point, Hall is a ODOT facility, but we are working closely with them on the jurisdictional transfer, doing all the analysis on what a state of good repair budget and what the improvements would be required to bring that facility up to good repair before a transfer would occur.
Okay, so any needs on any of the roads within the city boundaries could be considered as part of the plan, but who's responsible for delivering it is a separate matter.
Kind of a separate.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. Thank you. Mayor Lube?
Yeah, I'll just say, just because Hall Boulevard is in Tigard, but it's not Tigard, Andrea Salinas, Congresswoman Salinas, just helped get ODOT or the city of Tigard $1 million to put in 2 crossings. One of them is going to be at O'Mara, and then I forget what the second location is, and then Representative Bowman got $3 million in the last budgetary cycle, and so those dollars, for the most part, in negotiations or agreement with ODOT are going towards safety and upgrading the facility's safety. and not towards necessarily the state of good repair, which we're still negotiating on what that would be, than to transfer it to Tigard and continue to do those updates. So I hope is that helpful a little bit?
Yes, thank you.
So we're getting money, it's just not flowing through our budget because it goes to ODOT.
Okay. Like I said, that may have just demonstrated me being out of the loop, but that answers my question sufficiently. Thank you.
No, I appreciate the clarification because people ask all the time. My questions are a little bit about kind of McDonald Street and just understanding, and I think it's because everything else has gotten exponentially more expensive, so McDonald Street just keeps getting pushed out.
So there's two factors there. One is definitely the cost in the budget, but there was also some recruiting needs for engineering. So we had a few vacancies for a while. We are getting very close to being full staff, finally. I've been here for a little over 4 years, and it hasn't been full staff since I started. Just constant battle to recruit for these positions. So we finally are sitting pretty well on having project managers available. But to manage our risk of diving into delivering the full project, what we're doing first is kind of taking it to like a 30% level pre-design or 30% level design to really work out the community's vision for the street, engage with all the property owners along there, and then also evaluate the delivery method. So conventional design, bid, build, which is the low bidder philosophy, versus some other kind of alternative delivery where you might bring in a contractor and their engineering and design team early on to add some cost benefit analysis and value engineering into the design phase could be beneficial to the project. So we're proposing to push out the construction and give us some time to work through that 30% level of effort to solidify the scope of work, delivery method, and then we would go into the construction phase once we have that solved.
Thank you.
And also on McDonald Street, that is a project eligible for the TDT funds, and likely where we will spend a large portion of that growing balance that we have.
Councillor Hu?
Thank you. I guess just looking at the budget for the project for American with Disability Act right-of-way program versus pedestrian and cyclist connection program, the ADA program, the total cost for the next 6-7 years, $4 million, and the pedestrian cyclist is 2.6. I'm just curious. Are we spending more, almost twice as more on ADA than pedestrian cyclists because we are afraid we're going to get sued if we don't move forward, or is it just the way? I just don't know how we come up with this allocation.
So one way to answer it is neither one of them is enough.
Right.
So there's definitely a much larger need for both of them. I would have to really look back into some of the system planning language in the rate studies to see if there's any true methodology behind what project received more or why. But the PED cyclist program was really intended for the very small projects, like a rapid flashing beacon that might be a $20,000 project, or a match to a larger project. So it might look like we're only spending about $300,000 a year, but when you put that towards matching $1 million grant, the impact of that program is much larger. And then the ADA program, it's really, we're doing what is affordable and trying to balance that out with making sure that we're making improvements, but it's just a juggling act, a balancing act of how much money do we truly have to work towards that goal of updating all of the ramps and the barriers. And I wouldn't say we're afraid of being sued, but it is, we know about the ODOT settlement that happened, and we want to make sure that we're not getting into that situation. So we're trying to be proactive on staying ahead of making those repairs.
Okay.
I see Emily's hand raised, and I imagine it's in response to that topic.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to chime in to say that ADA is also in service to our core values and our vision statement, just ensuring that we're a safe, healthy, and accessible community. And we also, while not perhaps directly tied to being sued, we do have an inventory of areas, ADA issues, obstacles, that's the word, of obstacles that we need to remedy both in the right-of-way and in our city facilities. And so we want to work through that list. This could be part of that unfunded mandate sort of category as we try to address these obstacles in a timely fashion. And as Joe was saying, we try to do it as part of larger projects when we can, but we do have an obligation to address known issues.
Thank you. And I was just wondering if, I'm not saying we should, you know, one thing's more important than the other, but I'm just saying maybe we can even it out a bit, maybe 3 million each instead of one, almost double the other. But I understand. And just, you know, I'm proud of our payment index too, but, you know, our payment system enhancement, we're spending almost $35 million for, you know, next 6-7 years. That's like 10 times more than pedestrian cyclists, and you know, we want our city to be walkable and pedestrian friendly and bicycle friendly, but our policy document is saying that we value car driving 10 times more than pedestrian and bicyclists. So I'm not saying we should change it, I'm just pointing that out. That's our policy document, and it's not directly reflecting what we are trying to do. So.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, first on the pavement management, the $35 million, that's a very dedicated fund. So by the current code and methodology behind the street maintenance fee, it is really limited to curb-to-curb improvements. So that's how that budget is set, or that dollar is set. But then also, when we look at the transportation system as a whole, all these projects, almost all the projects are touching on other ADA improvements and ped cyclist improvements as well. So think about McDonald Street. That's, was it $25 million, and that is to establish sidewalks and bike lanes along that entire corridor. So that's an example of, yes, it's reconstructing the entire street, so it is benefiting the vehicle, but it's got a larger benefit or comparable benefit, I don't know how we want to quantify it, to the peds and cyclists as well, because that corridor right now essentially has no ped cyclist connectivity.
I understand for a street project, it's involving both pedestrian and bicyclists, but I'm just talking about the money dedicated to maintaining the pavement index alone. That just seems a lot, but I know we're proud of it, so.
But I would say, I think what Joe's trying to say is that's literally the fee that is on our utility bill. So it's, I mean, we could have a discussion on whether or not we wanted to implement another fee, not advocating for it, that would be dedicated for it. But I mean, saying that we prioritize this, I don't know that that's necessarily fair unless you want to lower the fee on individuals' utility bills, and then you can't just shift that. So, but I absolutely understand what you're saying, that dollar-wise it feels like it does not line up with where we would like the funds to go.
If I could just underscore what Joe said about our capital projects. We've talked about this a lot internally too, hearing from this council, previous councils about improving our pedestrian network. I know I learned from them that we really do have to look at those major capital projects because we make significant investments then. So when you're looking, trying to do the math, that is an important part of, the policies that you have come through in the design of those streets and roads, which leads to so sometimes just looking at one project or one page compared to everything else, I think you have to, in this case, and maybe we can do a better job as we bring these projects forward, just to identify the investment that goes into the non-car infrastructure, if that makes sense. So,
Leah, did you still have a question?
Yes, thank you. I just want to echo what Emily Church said about the ADA being part of our ADA is a bare minimum, right? If we're actually talking about inclusion, ADA is a bare minimum. And also that both of those, as I'm looking at the project descriptions in both of those funds, there is overlap. The pedestrian and cyclist does include talking about ADA and curb ramps also help people with strollers and on bicycles, and so I think they're also not quite as separate as their titles might have them appear to be.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the transportation CIP? All right, let's move on to parks then.
Just one follow-up comment about transportation is when we get into the park CIP, you'll also see there's a lot of trail work in parks system that is really transportation function as well for bike ped. That doesn't show up right now in the transportation system.
Joe, this is the system we used to just call streets as well.
Correct.
Right, so we have tried to broaden it to the point that Council President brought up and others. It's not just about streets anymore, so.
Yeah, so over time, a lot of those trail projects will be most likely migrating into the transportation system. It's just going to take time to get things moved over. I'm sure Laura wouldn't be happy if I said move them today when the project is active. Just an accounting system process that's not too easy. Okay, moving on to parks. So in the park system over the next 6 years, we have 24 projects totaling just over $28 million. Of those, 17 projects are active in fiscal year 25 for a total of $9 million. The first project to highlight is the Fannel Creek Trail Connections project that's been talked about for quite some time now, but we're very happy that we're in construction and the contractor is doing well, tracking towards their contract completion date being on time for December of 2024. So this coming December, the trail project should be completed. That is the 3 segments that are new near Woodard Park, behind the library here to Milton Court, and then a segment down towards the Keokuts Bridge by Cook Park. When that project is all done, the remaining gap for Fannel Creek Trail will be Bonita to essentially Durham, but really Durham and is it 89th, whatever goes into the treatment plant down there. But that southern area is the final gap. And in the CIP, we have a refinement study, kind of like 10% design level effort plan for Bonita to Durham, so that we can take the previous alignment study and refine that to start working down to a more, reduce some of the risk of unknowns on the project before we go after any more grant applications. Because we have learned from the current Fannel Creek Trail project that was started probably 10 years ago was the original grant application, that we need to do this level of effort so that we can deliver a more successful project later. We've had some pretty significant cost overruns on this current project. So we learned from that and have this new approach to delivering the projects. Also in the park system, we have some new parks to note. There's the Steve Street Park and Trail project and the Bagan Park project. These are both primarily funded with Metro bond dollars and progressing into design this year and hopefully construction shortly after. There's some work at the Cook Family Park boat ramp to make it ADA accessible. And then we will start talking about moving into the next, or not next, but next phase, because we're kind of in a current state condition assessment right now for our trail system. So what this project is taking what we find in our condition assessment and expanding that into a trail system plan citywide. And with that, any questions on parks, trails, all that?
One question regarding the Steve Street Park and Bagan Park. In the budget message, it mentioned that these are located in underserved areas, and that was part of the consideration for prioritizing these projects. I'm curious what factors would be used to identify an underserved area. One of the other variables that was mentioned is just walkability to a park. I'm wondering if that's one of the variables or if it's other things.
So that would be one of the variables, but it's primarily based off of the most recent park system plan that was adopted, I believe 2020-ish. But anyways, the criteria in there is what we call the 10-minute walk analysis, trying to make sure that there is in the future a park within 10 minutes of anywhere in the city. Some of that, there can be barriers, transportation barriers to get to that, so there's criteria that factors into what is underserved. But yeah, it's primarily that 10-minute walk analysis with, there's other demographics laid onto it, but yeah. Go ahead.
On page 16 in the CIP brief, there's a gray square. It talks about equity that answers some of that question.
Thanks. That's what I was just going to do. Thank you.
Which page was that?
Page 16. And just, I guess, to summarize it, so it talks about walkability, and then it also says that the lack of access to parks is not spread evenly across the population. There's pockets of Black, Indigenous, and people of color and low-income residents must travel farther to enjoy the benefits of the park system. Steve Street Park will serve a gap area cut off from other parks by Highway 217, and that much of the housing in that area is multi-unit, meaning that many people live without private outdoor space in those kinds of units. And so this is just one example, but a further description of the types of things considered.
Excellent. That's very helpful. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Councilor Wolf?
Thank you, Chair. Joe, I was just curious, and Mayor Lube pointed that out to me, so thank you. The TTSD partnerships, that sounds great. So are those identified parks, or is that kind of ongoing where we can kind of work together for investment? Because I see that there's nothing through 23, and then, builds from there.
So it's where we can work together, and I might need to follow up with Rick, or maybe Brian knows some more, but it's where we can work together with TTSD primarily on property and facilities that TTSD owns.
Correct.
So it's not proposing new parks or anything for a city asset.
So what I wondered about, so whether that's Metzger or Rutkin sitting on 10 acres, that's just kind of sitting there. That's what my curiosity was, specifics, and I don't know if you're there yet, Brian, so thank you.
So we have an overall IGA with TTSD that forms the partnership where we agree to work together, and then Rick and Caitlin and teams meet ongoing with TTSD just for, as Joe put it, different opportunities. In the moment, I don't know what the specifics are for the next year or beyond, but it's kind of an ongoing conversation looking for those opportunities.
So then just the fact that through 2023 was 0, that's a bit of a blip then, it's not new.
Yeah, that I can't speak to that one.
Okay, and that's why that sparked my curiosity was, is this new? But
yeah, I think the actual CIP itself is new, but partnering or working with the school districts definitely isn't new. It's just that these are likely to result in some sort of capital improvement. So it's a new project in terms of CIP. Yeah.
We don't give you the actuals through. Oh, thank you. It's also a program, so we don't give you the actuals through 2023 on programs because something like the pavement management program would be millions and millions of dollars. So on programs, we don't give you those actuals. It doesn't mean they're not there. I can pull them for you if you want, but yes, yes.
Metzger has been ongoing for a long time.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the park CIP? All right, let's move to the next topic.
I missed one. There we go. Okay, well, this is our final system to cover. It's the facility system. And in terms of the CIP, there's typically typically a small section. So over the next 3 years, we have I said it wrong. In the 6-year CIP, we have 3 projects totaling just over $5 million. 2 of those projects that will be active in fiscal year 25, just short of $3 million of funding. Those 2 projects are the library HVAC system upgrades, and right now the equipment is being fabricated for the HVAC, and the construction for that cannot start until the Faneuil Creek Trail Connections project is wrapped up, because we need to impact the book drop-off for both projects. So they're both used for crane pad and equipment storage right now. So sometime after December, then we would be able to move into the HVAC work, and that's being coordinated with our project manager, with the library staff and facilities, what the timing will be for the actual HVAC improvements. And then the final project is the Public Works and Police Facility project that City Manager Reimer spoke about earlier today. So we're happy to answer any questions you might have on that project as well. Due diligence is just wrapping up, and we'll be moving into the next phase of developing that program for building the facility for police and for public works. So kind of short and sweet on that one, but happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions or comments regarding the facilities CIP? All right, let's move on.
Okay, this is really the last topic that I have to cover, and it's just related issues that we're continuing to track and address ongoing. Inflation and project contingency are 2 big things that have come up in the last few years. Previously, contingency at the project level or at the CIP level was around 10 to 20% budgeted to the projects. We have now expanded that to 40% on projects that are basically, if no effort's been done on the project yet, we're at that 40%, which means we have little effort done to improve our certainty or lower the risk on delivering the project of unknowns or cost overruns. And as we progress through the various phases of design and right-of-way and permitting and work towards construction, that contingency number is lowered based on the level of risk that we feel is in the project. So anywhere from as low as 10% on a project that's already in active construction to up to 40% you will see on each individual project. And then inflation right now, and it's based on some ENR, Engineering News Record, and CPI data, we are realizing that the past years we're probably averaging about a 6% inflation year after year, and we're carrying that forward on our project budgeting side. It's not the same as what Eric was talking about this morning on the funding revenue, because we're really focused on just the construction indexes. So the concrete numbers, the asphalt numbers, some of them have wood, timber, different, they're more pointed focus scales than some of the numbers that finance uses as well. So you're not comparing apples to apples on that rate. Supply chain, we see it getting better, but there's still items out there that are an issue. A good example ongoing is street light poles. 6 months to 9 months minimum of lead time on ordering just a conventional street light pole right now. And that's all over the place. We talked about the HVAC equipment. That has been 2 years in the making, I think. We have most of the equipment. There's this one large unit that's being fabricated right now. I believe we have a ship date here fairly soon. But that's just another example. That all plays into the material costs as well that we're still tracking. And then hiring and recruitment. In engineering, we're happy that we're getting close to full staff, but across the board, it's still a challenge. There's very specific project or positions that are limited pool of people to pull from, and The utility manager that was mentioned earlier is a very specialized position that impacts our system, and we're feel everything we can to try to recruit for that position and just keep looking. So these are just the general things that impact delivery of the projects. In the past, we were short 1 to 2 project managers or engineers at any given time, and that was really delaying us from delivering some of our projects. We are now getting near full staff, so we should be able to keep up with the projected projects now going forward. So with that, that's the CIP in a quick, concise version. I only covered 4 or 5 projects in each system, and there's upwards of 20, so there's plenty of projects to talk about if anyone has any questions.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. I will go down the list of Budget Committee members and give everyone an opportunity to ask questions or make comments regarding the CIP. Councillor Singh.
I had a question about the Steve Street Park. It looks like there's a community garden. Is there anything like that in Tigard yet? And I'm wondering who would manage that. I mean, that's a detailed question. We can answer maybe later, but if you have the information, that'd be great.
On the operations side of it, we can definitely follow up and let you know. I'm not aware of a city-owned community garden in Tigard. So,
Yeah,
sorry.
I can speak to that as a gardener who's used it in the past at Jack Park and Metzger, and I actually want to say there's a third, and I think Tigard Parks and Rec currently manages it, because that's where you like sign up for and do all for a plot and do all that. They're really great. I support them. So I imagine that it would get
pretty similar.
Similar to that. That's beyond my scope. But yes, it does already exist. There's already a mechanism and everything there.
I believe I'm number 15 on the wait list for one of those community garden plots, so very popular. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Leah Voigt, do you have any questions or comments?
Nothing more, thank you.
Councillor Wolf, do you have any? All right. Clarissa Benfield?
No, I'm all good on my side. Thank you.
Councillor Hu?
I just want to thank Joe for very top-level summary of very important project, and I'm happy to see Dirksen Nature Parks is on the CIP, albeit very far in the future, but that's the way it is. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lube?
No questions. Thanks, Joe.
Kelly Pement?
No questions. Thank you.
For my part, I just have a high-level question. Third budget cycle with the city, whenever I get to the CIP section, you get a large list of projects 6 years out. Feels like everything's been really thought out. I'm curious how the city goes about identifying potential projects for the capital improvement project budget or plan.
There's no easy, straightforward answer, but depending on the system, it's really comparing asset management data. So now that we're going to have our enterprise asset management software in Tyler, that's going to make it even easier. But starting with work orders and history of maintaining the system where those needs are, looking at the growth of the system. So if it's water and we're expanding, how do we get the water where it needs to be, the storage, the supply side of it. So there's some technical analysis that goes into it. And then there's all the public feedback as well. So when we do the system plan itself and we go out in the community and do surveys or invite them into an open house, it's listening to their needs and then comparing the needs to what the actual health, life, safety needs are for the system, and bringing that all together to factor it into that list of prioritized projects that come out at the end. So very simple answer to a very hard or complex process of seeking all the input from our community and also putting that technical lens on it as well of what the system needs to operate.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If there are no other questions or comments, I think that brings this agenda item to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No break. Okay. I was about to take a vote on that. All right. All right. So I want to thank the Budget Committee today for a great meeting, as well as the Tigard teammates who took some time off of their weekend to come in and give us presentations and information regarding the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. We covered a lot of topics today. There's been a lot of questions and comments. This is the opportunity in the agenda to summarize follow-up items and the agenda for the May 14th meeting. Lindsay, I believe, has been keeping track of requests, so I want to have Lindsay go down the list and make sure that we're not missing anything before we go around and see if we need any additional items covered.
Hello. Okay, first I have on the list, there was a Ziply/internet question on if that's being charged. It wasn't seen on the bill, and we still need an answer on that. Next one was pandemic relief, line by line. Then I have how to fund strategic initiatives program manager position long term. Then asked for a copy of the Tyler presentation. Can we pay the youth counselor with a stipend is the question that's still pending. Participatory budgeting being added to the agenda to discuss and understand. How many I think this one was answered. How many grant
Lindsay,
applications?
Lindsay, if we could pause there. Councilor Wolf, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, Lindsay, so my request actually, that doesn't need to be the next meeting. It was a future budget committee conversation as we look to 25-26.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and if it's sort of that far in the future, maybe rather than an agenda item, we could get a one-pager or something as part of this process.
I would
Mayor
just
Lou?
also say it's my understanding by talking with Kathy, who did this, I believe, in Seattle, that participatory budgeting is also a much more engaging, longer process than what we're doing here. So I actually think we need to have that conversation sooner rather than later to be able to gear up for it, to do it.
So that was my intent, but I didn't. I'm assuming, Lindsay, you are making the list for our very next, next Monday or whatever.
I think it's kind of combined right now, so everything that's pending.
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's 3 o'clock. I don't care. Whatever you guys want to do is kind of where I am. My intent was soon for next year, I guess was my goal.
Yeah, so I kind of put it like we did with the grant process, that let's make sure we have a plan in place so the next year we're ready to implement it. So we'll work on the timing, to Mayor's point, something sooner so you understand it, but it won't be next meeting, probably not even the next. Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you. Add a follow-up on climate action, adding FTE to address. What's the next one? And then a plan for how Steve Park Garden and who manages the garden portion of that park. I still have on the Leah did kind of answer it, but I don't know if we want a different answer. But the plan for the Steve Park Garden and how manages the garden, if you want. Okay, I'll remove that one.
Thank you, Lindsay. So those are the items that have been tracked so far. I'd like to give everyone one last opportunity to ask questions, make comments, or requests going into the May 14th or even the May 20th meeting. We will start with Leah Voigt.
No specific questions at this time. I want to thank everyone for their participation, and particularly Councilor Hu, the questions you were asking about, do our values actually show up in our budget? I really value those and all the questions everyone asked today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, I think, and I'll look to the group if this is something that they're interested in, similar to the pandemic fund. There's an excellent narrative about the FTE, but I was thinking last year we had a one-pager that kind of just did an FTE reconciliation. So we didn't talk about that today, but that was part of my email request, if that's something others would be. We don't have to make it an agenda item, but just information that's
Actually,
shared.
in your book, it's, we
my
moved
bad.
the section that it was in. It's in the back of program summaries, I believe, or maybe it's budget summary. Thank you.
Well, my bad.
It's in
and
my
thank
response to you.
Oh, did you send that today?
No, I hadn't sent it yet.
Oh.
But I was working on it.
You're like, got it. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I found that page. I came across that page accidentally and found it very helpful, since we have a lot of FTE positions that are mentioned in the budget message. It's useful to have them all in one spot. All right, Clarissa Benfield.
I'm all good from my side. Thank you.
Councillor Hu.
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank city teammates for their hard work on this. I don't know if it's because my second time going through this or things are getting better, but I found this year to be much easier to understand everything for me. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Lube.
I would say it gets easier, but somehow you can also have more questions because you know more. You know what you're asking about. But it's a huge undertaking to do a budget like this and to sit all day and have this engagement. So thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the hard work putting this together. And I look forward as we continue the process.
Thank you. Kelly Pemmon.
I don't have any questions, but again, thank you everybody for all your hard work. This, like Councillor Hu, I'm also sort of feeling a lot more comfortable with it, and so thanks for all your hard work.
I have no questions or requests at this time that haven't already been mentioned, and I concur with all the expressions of gratitude towards the Tigard teammates for pulling this budget together, and look forward to the continuing discussions we will be having. Councillor Singh?
No questions, just thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, final chance. Anything else? If not, then we will move to our final agenda item, which is to recess the Budget Committee until Tuesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. I'd like to thank everyone for attending today. We will recess until that time, and I look forward to seeing you all on Tuesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. Friendly reminder to the committee that we will have dinner available at 5:30 p.m., so we are able to start on time. All right. Enjoy your weekend, everyone.
This goes in the very back of your book.